See,
Would you
we'll
like me to go
start.
through the email, kind of the ways to contact us first?
Sure.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Bachman. Um, Thanks to all those who are in attendance. It looks like we have a pretty large number of attendees today, so we'll get started and get this meeting moving. If you look at the screen in front of you, it can tell you how you're able to join with us and participate here. If at any point in time you're having any trouble, we do have people monitoring the email list or email address. So in our email address, planning.comments@slcgov.com. That could be if you are having trouble logging in, or if you're having trouble raising your hand, indicate you'd like to speak, please just send us an email, and we can read that email aloud to the Planning Commission throughout the hearing. Aubrey, can you go to the next page? If for some reason your audio is not working, if you look at the screen here, so screen will pop up. And if you click use computer for audio, you should be able to communicate with us. That would only be if you've logged in just on your typical computer rather than with your phone. Aubrey, can we get to the third one? Thank you. If you would like to speak, there is a little raised hand down in the bottom right-hand corner. If you click on that, it will indicate to us that you would like to speak on this matter. Please only raise your hand during the public hearing that you would like to speak on, so that we can get through these hearings quickly and efficiently. So, and once you have spoke, if you'll hit that button one more time, that will lower the hand, and so we won't call on you at the next public hearing. So with that, I think we can get this meeting started.
Thanks, John. I need a little coaching here. I'm out of practice. So we'll go with the report of the chair and the vice chair. The chair is not in attendance today, and I have nothing to report. So any report from the director?
I talked to Nick this afternoon. He said the only thing he wanted to do is just make sure you know that James Wood from the University of Utah is going to be at our next meeting to kind of talk through and provide information on housing issues that are facing the city. So something looking forward to.
Okay. And then I'll look for an approval of the minutes for the February 9th meeting.
I move to approve the minutes.
Second?
Okay. We have a motion and my mic and a second by Andra. Brenda?
Yes. Oh, actually, I will abstain. I was not here.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Amy?
Yes.
Andra?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
Adrian?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
And Andres?
I'll vote yes.
Thank you. The minutes pass unanimously. Thank you. Now we'll move on to the public hearing portion of the meeting. We'll get to our first item, an ADU conditional use at approximately 1532 South Green Street, PLN PCM 2021-01273. Grant, would you make your presentation, please?
I would love to. Thank you, Commissioner. Can you hear me okay? Awesome. I will just go ahead and share my screen here. And then give it 1 second. All right. And everyone can see my screen okay?
Yeah, we can see it, but you're sharing the presentation, like your full screen. Does that make sense?
You need, yeah.
Yeah. Sorry about this. All right. How about now? Is Is that okay? Can you see this?
Yes. Mhm.
Yeah,
Okay,
better.
perfect. So Dorian Rosen, the property owner, has requested conditional use approval for a detached accessory dwelling unit to be situated in the rear west side of the property located at 1532 South Green Street. The ADU will be 14 feet 8 inches tall and 650 square feet. To meet the requirements to allow the ADU to reach the maximum 650 square feet, a 425 square foot addition to the main dwelling will be built. With the proposed ADU, total lot coverage will be approximately 32 of full lot and 29 of rear yard coverage. The subject property is zoned R1 5000 single family residential and is located within Council District 5, represented by Darren Marino. Staff is recommending approval of the request with conditions listed in the staff report. The proposed ADU will have a gross floor area of 650 feet, approximately 50% of the principal structure after construction of the proposed addition. The proposed structure will be 14 feet, 8 inches tall. The subject property is approximately 7,850 square feet in area and is occupied by an 858 square foot single family dwelling currently. All existing and proposed construction that would have to be below 40% of the property square footage to adhere to city code. And all existing and proposed construction would equal roughly 32% of total lot coverage and 29% of rear yard coverage, which would adhere to city code. The two photos here show the front facade of the existing dwelling, which fronts on Green Street. Here you can see off-street parking, as well as a detached covered garage that are already existing on the property here. These next two photos show the rear yard of the property and rear access for the property via the private alley. This image on the right is viewing north to south, and this fenced off area is the property. Behind, you can see that there's currently nothing there, and the adjacent property building is a little bit set to the east. This next slide is a rendering showing the proposed ADU in the rear yard of the property and a proposed carport addition in the rear yard of the existing dwelling. And to give you a quick overview of the project proposal, the proposed ADU will have the building footprint of 650 square feet here and be that 14 feet and 8 inches tall. The following key considerations were identified through the analysis of the project. I will touch briefly on a few of the main ones. The first is the size of the ADU. The zoning ordinance requires that the footprint of the ADU shall not be greater than 50% of the footprint of the principal dwelling and shall not exceed 600 square feet. You see that they do have to construct that proposed addition, and that addition does and will have to adhere to building and zoning code, and it does as planned. The second is parking location. The zoning ordinance requires one parking space for an ADU. The required parking space may be located on the property or on the street. If legal on-street parking is available in front of the property, which there is, the parking requirement may be waived if legally located on-street parking is available along street frontage of the subject property, or if the subject property is located within 1/4 mile of a transit stop, which it is. The applicant has proposed to meet the parking requirement with the proposed detached 220 square foot carport that is only accessible by the alleyway. Parking for the principal structure will be provided in an existing garage that is accessed on Green Street. A neighboring property owner has expressed concerns regarding the availability of on-street parking and potential impacts the proposal may have on street parking in the area. The Transportation Division has reviewed and approved the proposal for the property and determined the proposal meets or presents minimal impacts on on-street parking in the area. The next is master plan considerations. The proposed ADU is consistent with the goals and policies outlined within the Plan Salt Lake guidelines. This includes increasing diversity of housing types for all income levels with the use of different housing solutions such as ADUs. The proposed ADU is in line with the goals established within the guideline under growing responsibly while providing people with choices about where they live and the access to a wide variety of housing types. It is also in line with sustainable growth and development and density by slightly increasing the density of the neighborhood while providing another housing option to future residents. And the next consideration is neighborhood compatibility. Neighborhood staff has considered the proposed ADU's impact on the neighborhood character and views from adjacent properties during the review of the proposed ADU against the standards for conditional use approval. As proposed, the ADU will come with minimal impacts to the neighborhood, mostly due to the slight increased usage of the alleyway. The adopted zoning standards for accessory dwelling units reduce the impact of proposed ADUs beyond what would be approved for an accessory structure with any other permitted use. The proposed ADU meets the adopted height and setback standards, and long-term impacts appear to be minimal. And then the final consideration is adherence with department code. Planning staff has received comment from fire department that indicates the exact location of the structure might not adhere to fire code. However, because of the size of the lot, there is enough room to position the proposed structure in a manner that will still comply with all planning code. Because the structure will still adhere to planning code, this consideration is mainly to allow flexibility in the building placement on the lot to adhere to outside department code. As mentioned, staff received comment in opposition of the request. This has been made available to Planning Commission through the Dropbox. Recommendations. After reviewing the proposal, staff recommends that the Planning Commission approve the conditional use request as proposed, subject to complying with the recommendations listed in the staff report. That concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to take any questions at this time. The applicant is also on the call if you would like to hear from them as well.
Thank you, Grant. Are there any questions from the commission for Grant right now?
Grant, this is Amy Burrows. I have a couple of questions.
Sure.
So, isn't the city council District 5 representative? That's not his real name, is it? Isn't his name Dan Mano? Darren Mano. His name is Darren Mano.
It's
Yes,
Darren
there it
Mano.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mhm.
So
Yes, thank you.
FYI on that. Also on the condition number 3, we talked about this before when we were doing ADUs. If this owner occupied condition or no short-term use, which is going to be part of conditions, because we think maybe we don't know if that's the right place to put it. So I wondered if you guys remember that conversation in a previous meeting, or in how you decided to handle it, because this didn't seem like how the conversation ended last time I was here.
Commissioner Burrows, was this a meeting where it was a townhouse kind of
No,
development?
it was
Or is it a
when,
house that was under enforcement for actually having an ADU? Or,
I think I remember.
it was well, hold on. It was just like this, a conditional use where there was some discussion about whether the property was currently used as a short-term rental, and it was added as a condition, just like in this case. And there was conversation about if that was the right way to do it. And I think Michaela Oxy she was at that meeting, and she was going to discuss if this is the right way to make that known. And I thought maybe it wasn't.
I recall this because I remember making a motion to modify the recommendation. The concern with this is when we put it for a specific, we're basically repeating existing city code. And everybody should be aware you cannot have a short-term rental unit, whether you have an ADU or not, that's irrelevant. And the concern is if we start attaching the reminder to certain applications and not others, it makes it seem like we're okay with it in other circumstances, and it seems to add some lingo. So I think that we had modified to remove that recommendation that condition from the proposed motion, and remind the applicant elsewhere. I believe that's how we resolve that, just for consistency, to not sort of favor reminders in some cases and not others.
Yeah, I recall the discussion. I don't.
I think staff was gonna take it back and discuss and make up another.
That's kind of what I
but
remembered.
But I'm not expecting to see it as a condition of unconditional use. Just,
And commissioners,
Tell
I
me
think
if
you're
I'm wrong,
absolutely
but-
right.
that's what I think.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. The short-term rentals are not allowed in the city. And I think this is something that we had used in the past to help neighbors and residents feel more comfortable so they know that we have identified that, we know that. But I will definitely go back and I don't think a full decision was made, but I think that we'll take this back to management team and have a discussion about it. So thanks for pointing that out.
And again, I think we need to get it consistent
Yeah.
across staff. You know, if you're going to do it for everybody. If you're not going to do it, don't do it for anybody.
I
Yeah,
think it's been part of the boilerplate of all ADUs since I've been doing this. So pretty sure it's been there. So it's not inconsistent. It's just unnecessary.
I remember the first time it showed up. I mean, I haven't been here that long, but I remember the first time it showed up. Andra mentioned it and we specifically took it out. Anyway, so you might expect to see us take it out.
Okay, for right now, does anybody have any
That's
other
it.
questions?
That's it for me.
Okay, for Grant, for the planner. Okay, Grant, so is the property owner here and does she have a presentation or would she like to speak?
The property owner, I believe, is here. I can't see everyone, but I have spoken with them previously, and they have mentioned that they could answer questions, but that they don't have any more to add than what I have already added. But
I'm the owner. I'm Dorian
Hey.
Rosen, and
Please.
I'll make myself available. I don't have anything planned to say, but I can answer any questions.
Okay, any questions from the commission for Mr. Rosen?
I'll take this opportunity, given the neighbors' concerns. I just want to clarify that, Mr. Rosen, are you aware that Salt Lake City does not permit rentals of less than 30 days?
Absolutely. I have no intention of using it that way. Part of the kitchen development in there. No, that's not yeah.
Great.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, we will open the public hearing on this item. Do we have anybody who wishes to speak on this?
Just as a reminder, if people want to speak, make sure you hit the little hand button that's down in the bottom right-hand corner. That will let us know you're interested in speaking.
Do you see anybody?
I do not see any on this item.
And there are no emails at this time.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no one else wanting to speak, we will close the public hearing and bring it back to the commissioners. Do we need further discussion?
Just
Someone wanna
a
make a
question for
motion?
staff. This is Andres.
Andreas? Yeah, go
Yeah,
ahead.
just a question for staff. We never received any comment from the community council, correct?
That's correct.
I didn't see any, no.
Gotcha. Thank you.
We did receive a couple of public comments, but I don't see anything in those comments that would affect our decision on conditional use because we have to decide around unconditional use based on the requirements.
Right.
The conditional use legislation. So I'm ready to make a motion if you would like. I can find it.
Brenda?
Yeah, I'm working on it. Hold on a second. Sorry.
Oh, okay, okay. You went silent.
No, I'm still here. I'm working on finding the document. So I said that before really being quite prepared.
Okay.
Okay, here
Take
I
a
am.
moment.
All right. Based on the findings listed in the staff report, the information presented and the input received during the public hearing, I move that the Planning Commission approve the plan development petition PLN PCM 2021-01273 as proposed, subject to complying with the condition listed in the staff report, except for the one except for number 3.
Short-term rentals.
Yes.
I'll second
I
that.
will.
Short-term rentals.
Second by, who was that? Adrian?
I think it was Andra.
Andra. Okay, thank you. Okay, we have a motion by Brenda, a second by Andra. Andreas,
I'll vote yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Adrian,
Yes.
John,
Yes.
Andra,
Yes.
Amy,
Yes.
and Brenda.
Yes.
Okay, that motion passes unanimously. Conditional use has been approved. Our next item is the Green Street Alley vacation. PLN PCM 2020-00903, and Katja is the planner presenting tonight.
Thank you. First of all, let me share my screen with you, my presentation. So this is an alley vacation on Green Street also, but a couple blocks north of that. The location of this alley vacation is between 13th South and Harrison Avenue and 7th East and Green Street. And here's an aerial photograph of the alley requested to be vacated. That's in red here. The yellow is the property for the Gospel Grace Church. And this property is abutting on R1 5000. The alley exists on paper only. The alley has been absorbed by the property owners. And as you can see here on number 8 here on the east of the block, the property is owned by UDOT, and it was acquired in the 1960s for the expansion of 7th East. Staff recommendation is recommendation to approve this alley vacation, a transmittal to vacate this to the City Council. A little bit of the background. Here's the original Marion Park subdivision, platted in 1890. And as I said before, this blue line represents the property that UDOT has received for the expansion of 700 East. And as you can see, the alley has been fenced off and incorporated into these properties here in the west. So the existing condition again, this is the photograph of the alley fenced off by the properties. And also this area, this green area here has been, is going to be turning into the Harrison Garden, a project by Wasatch Gardens, and that's creating a community garden in this area here. It's gonna start, and it should be a garden by the end of the spring. So some of the key issues with this alley, first one was the alley vacation request, which was originally 5 properties on the alley that's running north and south. And this area of the church here was not part of the request for the alley vacation, but one of our policies is that when we vacate an alley, that it should be the entire alley if the alley is not being used as an alley. So we staff contacted the church, and they were willing to, have their property incorporated into this petition. The other issue was a question about the alley ownership, whether it was owned by Salt Lake City or UDOT. And staff was able to contact UDOT and get a map with the ownership. And by, being able to look at the measurements here, it was staff was able to confirm that this was never part of UDOT. The alley was never part of UDOT, and that it was actually, the property actually belonged to Salt Lake City. The third issue was the alley disposition. The city's method of disposition is to split the alley in half and deed each of the halves to the abutting property owners. In this case, the church is zone R1 5000, so the property, along with these properties, the single family homes, would be deeded and not sold. And one of the issues, though, is that if you can see, the property owners on the west have incorporated or absorbed all, the 10 foot width of the alley. So if we go about the disposition, then UDOT would get half of the alley, and all these fences and some accessory structures would have to be removed. So staff contacted UDOT and got confirmation from UDOT that they would be giving up their right. They would be okay giving up their right to their half of the alley, except this east-west portion of the alley here, mainly because UDOT owns both properties on north and south of the alley when it gets to this point. So, and so that was an important issue in this alley. As far as the recommendation is concerned, we got, we always route alley vacations to the appropriate departments in the city. And we got a negative recommendation from our engineering department. And the engineering department recommended denial of this alley vacation because of the issue of splitting the alley in half. And UDOT would get, half of it and would leave the property owners sort of in a situation where they would have to remove their fences and remove, some of their the accessory structures built on top of the alley. The other reason was that the adjacent, the illegal encroachment should not be the basis of the vacation, and there should be a community benefit due to the vacation of the alley. So in response to that, staff addressed the issue of the land, the disposition of the alley with UDOT by having UDOT concede its interest on the half of the alley running north and south. And then also staff finds that the encroachment is not the reason for the alley vacation. And this alley meets the consideration of the ordinance. One of the considerations, which is lack of use, because this alley is not being used as an alley. So the findings from planning staff is that the alley property is not useful as a public right-of-way, and the request satisfies the policy consideration of lack of use, which is a consideration that is found on section 14 of the Salt Lake City Code. Therefore, our recommendation is to forward a favorable recommendation to the mayor to declare the alley surplus property and forward a recommendation to approve to the city council to vacate the alley with the following condition: that the alley is deeded the entire 10-foot width to the west abutting property owners. And with that, I'm willing to respond to any questions or comments.
This is Amy Burrows. I have a question. So the property will be deeded to the western adjoining property owners instead of sold?
That is our policy. When a property is zoned single family residential or low density, the alley is deeded to the abutting property owners. It's split in half, and half of it's deeded.
I feel like last time we talked about an alley vacation, that family that was adjacent to a trail, maybe you guys remember this in the last few months, they had to buy that portion.
If it's in a multifamily zoning district, that that is the case, that the alley, or if it's a commercial property that's abutting the alley, then the alley is sold at fair market value. But
Okay.
in this case, it's single family and it's zone R1 5000.
Okay, I don't remember the specifics on the zoning of that other lot. Maybe some of you guys do, but if that's the policy, then that is it. I wonder though if this, it does kind of sound to me like the encroachment is causing the lack of use, and maybe has for years and years and years. Is encroachment not a legitimate reason for alley vacation, like the engineering comment said?
Well, in this case, UDOT, well, before the 1960s, it used to be an alley that was functioning, but then you had residences on the east of the block, as well as in the west. And so it functioned as an alley. But when they're, because of that, the demolition of all the properties on the east side, then the alley pretty much ceased to become, a functioning alley.
So there's a lack of use because UDOT bought it and turned part of that into a road. And so there's no property to drive between. And then maybe encroachment happened after that, but lack of use is the thing that happened. Okay.
Right.
Thank you. And we'll do all, so only that one applicant applied to have the alley vacated, but have they all like signed on to it now and agreed to it, all of those property owners now?
So that property on 1343 Green Street was the applicant. And what happened is they were pursuing building permit for an accessory structure that would be on top of the alley. And so at that point, they found out that the alley was not, their property, and that was actually city property. And so that was the reason, this petition started. But when they started with this application, they had the 5 property owners sign the petition.
Okay. I think I saw that. Thank you.
For the church, but we got the church to have their okay to have it be included on this application.
Okay, anyone else have questions for Katya? Is there a representative of the owners that would like to speak?
So Nicholas Lumbie, I'm not able to make you a panelist, but we can unmute you and mute you. So if you would like to speak right now, you're able to say a few words.
Okay, guys, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Well, hey, thank you so much for inviting me to this meeting and hearing this case. So yes, we did apply back in 2020 after we found out that indeed the end of our garden was not actually ours. So we hired an engineering firm from up in Heber, and they did a full, golly, I'm losing the words. I'm on conference calls all day long, and when it actually comes to something that I'm responsible for, I'm nervous. So I apologize. But they did a full survey and did indeed confirm that. So I actually acquired this property back in 2007 and had always assumed that the fence line was an indication of the property line. So that all became news to us, and so this is where we're at right now. I do believe that one of my neighbors, Brett Markham, I think he's at 1351 South Green Street, is listening in. I know he's tried to have the alley vacated over the years. So kudos to Katya for getting this far. And then I also have been in discussions with Rance Wilkins. He's at the first house on Green Street. The numbers are escaping me. The house immediately north of mine is owned by now Kelly Favaro. That was Jerry West, but that property's changed hands. And then the property to the south of me is Suki Wilkins. And so everybody is of the impression that the ends of their gardens are theirs. So that fence, I have no idea when it was built, but yeah, like I said, that's just been that assumption. Clearly not right to make assumptions in this case. So I don't have anything else to present or to discuss with all of you fine folks, but you know, if this could be granted, I'd be eternally grateful.
Thank you. Is there anyone else from that group that wants to speak as the owners? Okay, then we'll open the public hearing on this item. Is there anyone in the list who wants to speak on this?
So, by the way, so Brett is actually, he's texting me right now, and he said he's been here since 1997, and the fence was there. He can't join the audio, unfortunately.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the public list that you can see, John, that's?
Yes, we have Cindy Cromer. Cindy, you are unmuted and you have 2 minutes to speak.
Thank you very much. I won't need the full 2 minutes. I hadn't prepared on this item, but I do have concerns about the policy issue as the city moves to allow more and more multiple units on more and more properties in more neighborhoods. It seems prejudicial to treat single-family zoning abutting an alley at a no cost to acquire new land, and yet other property owners would be charged. And in this case, it's a substantial amount of property because not only is the city gifting the land, but then UDOT is gifting its share of the free land. So I'm just asking, as the city moves toward looking at increased density, that the single family zone not be held up as the holy grail, and that we look at the equity of dividing alleyways regardless of the single-family zoning status. It just does not seem fair to me that none of my properties would qualify for this benefit. Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy. John, do you see anyone else here?
I do not. The only other hand up is Nicholas's hand from earlier, so I think we can close
Were there any emails on this one?
Not at this time.
Thank you. Seeing no one else, we will close the public hearing and bring it back to the commission. Commissioners, do you have questions for staff? Make a motion?
I do want to come back to this issue of not paying for this property. I'm pretty certain that we have asked people in the past that not we, but that the city in the past has required folks to buy this property. I've never actually heard of a policy that privilege single family houses like this, but that's really not our concern. That's the city council's concern. So I'm going to go ahead and make a motion. Based on the findings and analysis in the staff report, testimony and discussion at the public hearing, I move that the Planning Commission forward a favorable recommendation to the mayor to declare the alley surplus property and for the city council to vacate the alley with the following condition: that the alley is deeded the entire 10-foot width to the west abutting property.
I'll second that.
Okay. Brenda, I have a motion by Brenda, a second by Mike. Let's take a vote. Amy?
That question of deeding versus selling is still a question in my mind, and I think I'm going to vote no unless the staff wants to speak up and say that's for sure how we've done it, because I don't remember doing it that way.
Commissioner Burrows, it's actually even more than just policy. It's actually in the code. And part of our code is frankly antiquated when it comes to vacating and disposing of alleyways. And I know the city council has had it on a topic they would like to talk about for at least the 13 years I've worked here, but so of course it hasn't been changed. And so at this point, we have to process it that way for single family, and all other uses unfortunately have to pay.
Okay, I'm going to go back and see what the one we talked about. I'm sure in like November or December we talked about one where they bought it. But if that's the rule, then I will vote with that. So I will say, okay, but also like light a fire to get that resolved maybe.
Commissioner, do you mind if I jump in? I'm Chrissy Gilmore, the staff planner that was on that
Yeah.
Alley Vacation.
Yeah.
That one was the same as this one. It was just a little bit different because of it bordered Salt Lake City property. And so instead of half the alley going to the property owner and half going to Salt Lake City, the full alley was proposed to go to the property owner. But this one was the same where we weren't charging them in that petition
Didn't
as
they,
well.
Chrissy, don't you remember they had to pay for it? Like I remember like they were gonna do an assessment and an appraisal and right?
I don't, maybe there was another alley vacation that I'm missing, but this one was from December, I
was.
believe.
I think Amy Burrows and I chaired the planning commission at the same time, and there have been at least 2 alley vacations since I joined. So I think we are speaking about, I remember one where they didn't pay and one where they paid. So I will.
Okay, so this is probably a different one than you're talking about. This one was before you in December, I believe.
Okay.
Well, I believe
Back on
that
track.
I believe if that's the rule, then we follow it. So I will vote yes, but like I said, light a fire to get that 13-year-old issue fixed, okay?
Okay, thank you. Andra,
Yes.
thank you. John,
Yes.
Adrian,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
and Andreas.
I will vote yes.
Brenda?
Yes.
Thank you. That motion to forward a positive recommendation to the City Council passes unanimously. We will move on to our next item, which is the Dooley Court Plan Development and Preliminary Subdivision at approximately 122 South Dooley Court and 126 South Windsor Street. It's PLN PCM 2021-00958 and PLN SUB 2021-01151. Chrissy, you're up.
Okay, great. You should be able to see my screen now. There we go. So this is a request from Warren Crement, the property owner, to subdivide an existing lot into 2 lots for a new twin home at 122 South Dooley Court and 126 South Windsor Street. The proposal is located in the SR3 zoning district. Through the plan development process, the applicant is requesting reduced lot area for the twin home lots from the required 1,500 square feet to approximately 1,353 square feet, and an approximate 2-inch reduction to the front yard setback at the southwest portion of the lot fronting Dooley Court. Staff is recommending approval with conditions listed in the staff report. The project consists of creating 2 lots for the purpose of constructing a new twin home dwelling fronting Windsor Street. Previously, the subject site was split into 2 separate parcels, one containing the existing home on 122 South Dooley Court and a new lot on 126 South Windsor Street. The new lot, the one on Windsor Street, is now proposed to be split into 2 lots for the twin home. The proposed structure would be 2 stories, 25 feet 10 inches, and each unit will have an attached single-car garage, which meets the parking requirements for the SR3 zone. Each unit has a footprint of 700 square feet. The primary materials are fiber cement siding, wood, and brick. The existing single-family dwelling that fronts Dooley Court is proposed to remain. While the property is not located in a local historic district, the retention of the existing single-family home contributes to the architectural and historic character of the neighborhood and preserves the existing housing stock. And then on this slide, you can see the site plan, which shows Dooley Court at the bottom. And then there's a slight little part of the property here for the twin home lots that fronts Dooley Court, as well as the property at 122 South Dooley. So that makes this a little bit unique in that it is a double frontage lot. And then you can see the existing single family home at 122 South Dooley Court. So for site context, this top image on the left is looking from the subject property down Dooley Court. Then you can see the existing single family home at 122 South Dooley Court. this image in the top left corner is the proposed twin home lots. You can see that it's having some grading and work done. And then these bottom images are Windsor Street. So this property is unique in that the twin home would be the only property that faces Windsor Street. The rest of the homes are actually the rear yards of those properties on Dooley Court, although there are homes on the east side of that faced Windsor Street. Through the plan development process, the applicant is requesting relief from the lot area requirement for the twin home lots. Twin homes are permitted use in the SR3 zone and require a minimum of 1,500 square feet per dwelling unit. The proposed new lots would be slightly under that at 1,353 square feet and 1,360 square feet. And the applicant is also requesting the front yard setback. So the front yard setback in the SR3 zone is measured by taking the average setback of all other front yards on the block face. Because this is a double frontage lot, it technically has 2 front yards, though the acting front yard would face Windsor Street and the acting rear yard would face Dooley Court. So you can see this on the site plan. There's this little red arrow here, and that is where the modification is requested. So the applicant is requesting a modification to that rear yard setback, which is considered a front yard setback by ordinance in one small area of the property where the property angles towards the structure. Since that area is considered a front yard, the average setback would be 13 feet. The proposed setback at this point is approximately 12 feet 10 inches, which would require a 2-inch setback modification through the plan development process. Staff is of the opinion that due to the nature of the site and that the proposed setback is largely in line with the acting front yards of Dooley Court, the modified requests for both the setback and the lot area are appropriate. The primary key considerations for this request were the neighborhood compatibility and context and how this project fits within the surrounding area, as well as master plan compliance and how it meets the goals found within the applicable plans. While the proposed twin home building will be larger than the existing adjacent buildings, twin homes are a permitted use, and overall the size meets the standards of the SR3 zone. The height is below the anticipated building height limits in the zoning district, and additionally the proposal is at the scale of a single family home that could be built by right on the site. Since this plan development will broaden the housing choice range to potential homeowners, staff finds that this project better meets city housing availability and affordability policy goals and recommends approval of the modifications. As far as public process goes, staff sent out notices to the community council in this area and to existing property owners and residents within 300 feet. Staff has received several comments on the proposal, including a letter from the East Central Community Council. All of the comments received so far have been opposed to the proposal. Several comments were also received after your staff report was published, and those have been included in your Dropbox report. So to wrap up, staff is recommending approval of the project with the conditions in the staff report and on your screen. And that concludes my presentation. I can answer any questions at this point, but the applicant is also on the line as well.
Questions for staff right now, or should we go ahead and hear the applicant?
Chrissy, this is Amy Burrows. I wonder if it's, is it unprecedented to have a 2-inch like setback waiver? That seems crazy.
Yeah,
We do that a lot.
I don't think it's common, but just to be safe, because you never know, we just wanted to make that request in there since he meets the property meets the 15-foot rear yard setback, and it's just that little point that has that unique nature. So I'll go back up to the site plan. So the required rear yard setback is 15 feet, and all of this is considered rear yard. It's just this little portion that's considered front yard. And so since it meets the rear yard setback and just that small portion doesn't meet the front yard, it's very unique. We thought it was best to include that in there just to be safe, because it is, even though it is only 2 inches.
And they've already reworked their plans once. I saw maybe there was a problem with parking, and so they reworked their plans once to meet that.
So the original plans had a 13-foot setback right here, and so they would have required modification of the rear yard setback as well. Staff was not supportive of that modification request and let the applicant know we would have a negative recommendation for the Planning Commission. And then there were a few other design issues that staff asked the applicant to rework.
Okay, I don't love a 2-inch exception. Like, what's the point? Just match the rules. I don't know. Okay, I'm done with my questions.
All right. Anyone else? You said the applicant is here. Are they prepared to speak?
Yes,
Hello,
Warren.
yes, I'm here.
Okay, you have 10 minutes.
Warren, did you need to be able to share your screen or anything, or did you just want to speak?
I'll just go ahead and speak. Chrissy had a fabulous presentation already, so I think that covers most of the bases, but I think I'm really just passionate about this project just because it does add the missing middle to the housing stock. I think there's a lot of young professionals and couples that do want to go enjoy this area of downtown but can't afford the single family home prices. So one thing this does is really kind of adds like a new product type for people to enjoy.
Any questions for the applicant from the commission? All right, now, thank you. We'll do the public hearing and we'll get back to you.
Thank you.
So I'll open the public hearing now. Do we have anyone from the community council here?
Elsie, do you remember we received an email where somebody identified that they were going to represent, and I cannot remember who it was.
Yes, I believe Frederick.
Okay.
I don't know if he's in the list or not.
He is, yes.
Okay.
So, Frederick, if you wanted to speak on behalf of the community council.
Yes. Did you see my hand when I raised it? I'm not sure if
Yes.
it worked. I've never used this before, so.
It did
Can you hear
work,
me?
so thank you.
Okay.
And you as the community council representative gets 5 minutes to speak.
Okay, I'm actually, Esther Hunter is actually the chairman, however, of East Central Community Council. However, she's indisposed and she asked me if I could just read the following. The East Central Community Council supports a single-family residence infill development as originally described in the first subdivision application to split 122 Dooley Court into 2 lots that was already approved. The SR3 zoning purpose statement reads, uses are intended to be compatible with the existing density of the neighborhood. We do not feel that SR3 standards should be reduced to accommodate the twin home. The goal to increase density and housing in Salt Lake City should be concentrated in zones and locations that already allow for infill without needing master plan amendments and existing residential area rezoning. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else whose hands are raised? I can't see the hands on my screen.
Yes, Cindy Cromer has her hand raised.
Okay, Cindy, you have 2 minutes.
Thanks. I've been on this block since the mid-1970s. Since the early 1980s, I participated in all of the mini planning efforts affecting this block and the larger Bryant neighborhood. It is common for me to take the shortcut through Windsor multiple times a day. Please take time to read the research paper by Mary Troutman so that you can understand how extraordinarily special this Dooley Windsor interior block environment is. These interior block streets are terrific places to live, and Windsor and Dooley have maintained their cohesiveness until this proposal. Initially, the applicant said that the house at the end of Dooley would remain and he would build a single-family house on the new lot on Windsor. That sounded okay to me. Then incrementally, the story changed. He tried to acquire the easement protecting the house on Dooley. He sold the house on Dooley without taking out any permits. The new parcel on Windsor would not be a cottage similar to the existing ones, but a garage mahal with 1 parking space per home and no parking for visitors. There is no additional parking available on this block. This afternoon, I sent you the research from the Planning Division in 2018 regarding the density on this block. And what I'm asking you to do is look at what's already on the block instead of looking at plans like Growing Salt Lake and Plan Salt Lake, because those are for the entire larger city. And this block is already doing what the city says it wants in the future. There is incredible non-conforming density here. The block offers housing types of single family, duplex, small and larger family, multiple family buildings. And I'm speaking in opposition to the proposal because it keeps changing to something worse, and I believe it will continue to do so. It is insensitive to the surrounding buildings, an exploitive effort to generate even more income for the applicant. There is not a single two-story building on Windsor and Dooley, not one. It's not the responsibility of this block or this neighborhood to contain more density. This block is already doing its share for housing, and it has been for over 100 years. And if you look at the planning staff's research from 2018, you see that. And the square footage you're talking about waiving would accommodate 2 cars. Thanks.
Thank you, Cindy. Anyone else?
Yes, we have.
Oh, sorry. Go for it, John.
Oh, sorry. We have Jen Colby. If you'd like to speak, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. Yeah, Jen Colby, and I also ask that you vote to deny the PUD and subdivision request. I already submitted extensive technical comments. Tonight, I want to focus on core issues. If the applicant had adhered to his initial subdivision plan for a single cottage, which he can do by right under SR3, we would not be here tonight. The community response was generally favorable to one cottage, and that is what I still support. The owner and investor recently bought the 122 Dooley property and immediately flipped the west lot and house after subdivision despite other promises. He likely made a substantial windfall and fueled ongoing local land price inflation in the process. This does not help affordability. He then changed his plan. The proposed twin home does not meet the SR3 purpose statement to, quote, be compatible with existing scale, density, and intensity of the neighborhood. I concur that cherry picking bits out of larger city plans is not the way to rationalize or be rational about planning. This and similar recent inappropriate construction proposals put city planners in the awkward role of architects and designers as they try to get less bad projects rather than judging on the original merits or lack thereof. Even with some lipstick, this twin home does not deserve exceptions from the city. Transparency and orderly public process also suffer. Once again, we see clearly again, we see cherry picking from various plans and ignoring the very serious concerns specific to the project. In this case, any design changes have been superficial, not substantive. Critical compatibility details such as have been ignored, such as matching roofing materials, asphalt shingle to all other existing homes. There are no high efficiency design requirements despite the climate emergency. The front-facing garages are atrocious. Why no basements? These are only a few examples. Please vote no and let a single cottage infill as originally proposed proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you see anyone else?
Next, we have Keenan Wells. Keenan Wells, you have 2 minutes to speak.
Hello, my name is Keenan Wells. I am a young professional. I keep hearing these words, young professional, in like every new one of these building developments by speculators. I'm a young professional. I don't want this housing. This is not the housing I'm looking for. This is not the housing my friends are looking for. What I don't like is rampant housing speculation, which seems exactly what's going on here. And it's this housing speculation that means that I can't buy my first home, not a lack of microscopic housing without a second parking place for a friend that's probably going to be turned into an Airbnb. We have zoning rules for a reason. We have a city master plan for a reason. If this proposal is so set in stone that 2 inches matter, I just don't understand. You're not able to adjust your structure 2 inches. You're that set. Why should we give exceptions to you repeatedly so you can speculate on the market for something that no one wants? From a young professional, I ask you to deny.
Thank you.
I don't see any additional hands. If people want to speak, make sure to raise your hand. But I do know that Kelsey, I believe we have a few emails that need to be read.
Okay, go ahead, Kelsey.
Do you have an email? Planning Commission members, I am reaching out because I have some concerns in regards to plan development and preliminary subdivision at 122 South Dooley Court and 126 South Windsor Street. Please see below for a list of my questions about what I believe to be a hasty and inappropriate application for the area. First, Warren Crummett is no longer the owner of 122 South Dooley, which is included in the plan development. The applicant is being disingenuous in their application as they mention preserving this property in their rationale justifying the plan development. 2, the applicant does not raise any points that would support how a plan development would offer a product superior to one possible under strict application of the code. Homeownership is still possible with a project that can be achieved without a plan development, and this project is unlikely to be affordable. Moreover, whether 122 Dooley is preserved or not is no longer something that can be controlled by the applicant because he no longer owns the property. 3, the future land use map for the area indicates this area for medium density residential defined on the map as 15 to 30 dwelling units per acre. The purpose statement of the SR3 zone also specifies that this is a medium density zone. The plan development does not further the purpose statement of the zone by exceeding the density called for in the zone. Moreover, why was the master plan amendment for the future land use map of the central community master plan not required? The project exceeds the density indicated by the map. 4, why was this further subdivision of the new lot not sought with the initial application separating it from the existing parcel? 5, in summary, the application has provided no compelling evidence that their project meets the purpose statement for plan developments. Housing provided is not a unique choice for the area, nor will it be deed restricted to ensure affordability, and the historic structure is not being protected. I am an advocate for accommodating and encouraging responsible growth, but because of the issues with this application and the residential character of the area, I'm in strong opposition to this application. Your concerned neighbor, Steve Wilson. And I don't believe we have any additional emails at this time.
Okay, no one else has appeared on the,
There's no new hands up.
no new hands, okay. Then we'll close the public hearing and bring it back to the commission for discussion, a motion.
Do I get to comment on that? Because, obviously there were some concerns with my original application and the subdivision, so I could address those if that's helpful.
And Commissioner Bachman, we generally do let the applicant.
That would
respond.
be fine. That would be fine.
Okay. So yes, when I originally purchased this house, which contained both the property and the original single-family home, the original intent was to just go ahead and subdivide the property. And at that time, I was not intending to do a planned development for a twin home. But, things do change, and that is why I included it in my planned development application that I later filed for a planned development application. And as far as the single family homes are concerned, the existing one, why I sold that, it was actually in complete disrepair. Foundational issues, among other things, that kind of made it so I was no longer an expert in rehabilitating that. So I went and found someone who is more professional or more capable of doing that, and let them handle that instead of trying to do something that I'm not an expert in. So that's the reason for selling it. And that's I guess basically all I have to say, except for the one parking stall does comply with the zoning code. There are 2 houses on Dooley that don't have parking spaces in their yard and actually park on the existing structures lot at 122 Dooley. so they have to walk to their homes and don't even have a parking space. So I think the parking is pretty consistent with the neighborhood.
Okay, thank you. You'll be available for questions if we have more for you.
Definitely.
Commissioners?
This is Amy Burrows. Can I ask Chrissy, are the other lots that are on this block, are they 1,500 square feet generally, or is there a place I can look to see?
I don't have that number in front of me, but I think that they're probably around 1,500 square feet. I don't think that they're more than that, though. Most of them are pretty small.
Okay. Well, for the other commissioners, somebody want to say anything? Does anybody want any more discussion? I would make a motion, unless you guys want to talk more.
I have a question for staff. This is Andres.
Yeah, I want to talk some more too.
Okay, let's let Andreas go first, and then we'll talk to Brenda, and we'll come back to you, Amy.
Are there any other twin home-like structures in this particular area? In the surrounding area, I guess.
Directly on Dooley or Windsor, I don't believe there are any other twin homes. I'm not sure about the broader surrounding area.
Gotcha. Thank you.
There's a duplex just to the north on Windsor Street there. Not the same, but pretty similar.
Brenda, you had a comment?
Yeah, I do have a comment. This is one of those internal blocks internal streets that's created because the initial plat was not conducive to constructing, and that's why historically you have these very small lots that essentially were built on what was supposed to be one lot, all of these properties. So they are all bigger than the 1,500 square feet, and much bigger. And I'm wondering, from that particular zone, what is the minimum requirement for a single family lot?
The minimum requirement for a single family home in the SR3 is 2,000 square feet.
Okay, so this property would easily meet that requirement if it were a single.
Yes.
Because it's over that. For that reason, I think actually that this is pushing it. And I don't, I generally do like to have a variety of housing types in a place. There are other duplexes in the immediate neighborhood for sure, as well as apartment complexes and so forth. But I think that I'm going to vote against this because I don't think that we should not because of the 2 inches, but because of the actual lot size.
But is it the lot size that's non-complying or the size of the structure?
Excuse me, it's the lot size that's too small. The lot sizes are too small. That the combined lot size is not enough for two units under the zoning law.
I feel like these lot sizes for a duplex, they're 10% too small based on the zoning, which I think maybe argues against the idea that this is an underutilized lot. I think it's utilized as much as zoning allows it to be reasonably. That's what I think.
And I just want to bring to the commission's attention that the plan development includes the single family home as well. And so if we look at the density over all 3 parcels, it would meet the density requirements. I wanted to point that out because through a plan development, you can't achieve greater density. So they had to meet the minimum. Just in this, the single family homes lot is oversized technically, and these are a little undersized. So I just wanted to make sure you guys understood that.
John, can the applicant include a property that they don't own in their plan development plan?
Yes, as long as that person, the current owner, signs onto the application with them and understands that any conditions placed upon that development would be included.
Did the current owner sign on to this one?
Yes, they did. And that signature is included in your staff report.
Okay.
This is more of a curiosity than, to be honest with you, than standards per se. But I'm curious, you mentioned, Mr. Crummett, that you're not familiar with how to rehab a property. And so I guess, are you delegating the construction of this duplex? Because is it a prefab house or something that you're putting in? If you don't have a lot of experience, building houses, how are you planning on actually constructing the housing?
Right, yeah. So I mean, rehabbing a house and fixing the foundation is different than building. So I'd be contracting with, professional builders who I would lean on for their expertise to facilitate the project. I have a few different business partners I've already brought this to who have done this before and everything like that. So yeah, they'd be in charge of the construction and doing it in a very professional way.
Do you have an architect that you have lined up?
Yeah, I've been working with Shay out of Solstice Design and Build. So he's local to Salt Lake and he's been great.
Excellent, thank you.
Yeah.
We have the plans in our staff report.
And any more comments, questions, clarifications, a motion?
Chrissy, does the fact that this is a 2-story building with a garage that faces a different direction than everyone else, does that meet the architectural, that was one of the standards under, I think.
So neighborhood compatibility is a standard of the plan development, and the staff report did recommend that it does meet that, but I would defer to the planning commission to discuss if you have a different opinion. The SR3 zone does allow height up to 28 feet, which can accommodate 2 stories. So the general zone, it is compatible with the general zone, although you don't see 2-story structures on Windsor or Dooley.
Yeah. What do you guys think about that? And the house faces this house would face a different direction than every other house, right? So where
it essentially faces not on Dooley.
Yeah, on Windsor. It's like
it faces on Windsor. So that's where its face is, So it's sort of it's kind of like one of the ADUs that we have that face an alley. This is a very narrow street.
Yeah.
Or Windsor Street, sorry.
I feel like maybe it isn't compatible by virtue of the height and architecture with the neighborhood in which it's located. Anybody else want to argue?
I also kind of see that same point of view. It's a little bit out of place, it seems to me, to some extent.
And that's certainly up to the commission to make that decision, but do consider that anybody could demolish. These homes aren't protected. Anybody could demolish a home and build a home up to 28 feet if they want to by right, as long as they obviously met all the setbacks, lot coverage, and all those other standards.
Right, and that's kind of the trade-off for getting an exception or a planned development to build your house 2 inches wider. Like, you have to match what's there, maybe.
It's I don't think it's the 2-inch wider thing that's the problem. I think it's actually the
right. But I mean, if we're letting him have 10% less lot size, then maybe he needs to match the architecture of what's already there. Where if you don't need 10% smaller lot, you can build whatever you want.
Well, I guess if we don't allow the dual home, then a single family home will go in there and it will be 28 feet. I can assure you. Or it will be.
And it could have 2 garages facing the street as well. So I think, when you focus on design issues that we don't really have control over, I wouldn't go down that route maybe, because what you can do by right could look exactly like what he's doing as a single family home.
Right. And be about the same size. But it would be a single family home, not 2 houses.
I think Adrian makes a really good point.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. I agree with Adrian, and I guess my prior is that our planning staff are so thorough in figuring out the neighborhood character. And to be perfectly honest with you, I need a very compelling reason for my own prior based on having spent much less time on this than our professional staff with degrees in this to decide it doesn't agree with the character of the neighborhood, especially if it's allowing more socioeconomic diversity in a neighborhood, as I think this project would allow by increasing density. And so I guess that's just my prior is I really have to have a compelling argument to disagree with the planning staff on something that I think is consistent with our overall goal of increasing the socioeconomic diversity of a neighborhood.
Okay, we
I
have.
I don't see that there's any guarantee that this increases the socioeconomic diversity. These units are, what, 1,400 square feet each. You know, they're probably going to sell for $300,000 each or more. So, maybe
But it
that's
does create more choices in terms of housing options within the area. I think that's, also a valid goal for the city to diversify the housing stock. So I'm willing to make a motion.
Thank you, Adrian.
Based on the findings listed in the staff report, the information presented, and the input received during the public hearing, I move that the Planning Commission approve the Plan Development Petition PLN PCM 2021-00958 and Preliminary Subdivision Plat PLN SUB 2021-01151 as proposed, subject to complying with the conditions listed in the staff report.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion by Adrian and a second by Mike. Any discussion? Okay, we'll take a vote. Brenda?
No.
Amy?
No.
Andra?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
Adrian?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Andres?
I will vote no.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. The motion passes 4 yeses to 3 nos. So thank you. You can move on with your project, Mr. Crummett.
Sweet. Thanks everyone so much for the approval.
All right, we'll move on to our next item, the Glendale Townhomes at approximately 1179 South Navajo Street, case number PLN PCM 2021-00378. Eric, take it away.
Eric, are you muted? We cannot hear you.
Can you send him some sign language or something?
Sorry, did that work?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay. There we go. Let's try that again. Okay. Okay. So yeah, this is a request for a plan development for at 1179 South Navajo Street, which is the corner of Glendale and Navajo, for a 57-unit, 3-story townhome. The property is in the community business zone, and the requested use is a permitted use in that zone. But it does require plan development as you'll see on the site plan that there are 4 buildings that do not have frontage on a public street. In that zone, they would typically be required to. And there's no additional modifications being requested through the plan development. The proposal meets all other zoning standards. The applicant has provided an explanation for the plan development and has indicated that it meets objectives for housing, mobility, and master plan implementation. We'll take a look at that a little bit more fully in a minute. And staff is recommending approval, subject to the conditions listed in your staff report. So this is looking here at Navajo Street and Glendale Drive at the bottom of your screen here. So again, 57 units, townhomes. These Silk Drive, Briar Drive, and Horseweed Drive would be private driveway access within the development. The 4 buildings in question are here in the center of the development. They would face on an interior courtyard and be accessed from those private driveways. The other units would face towards either Glendale or Navajo. And we'll also look at each of the units facing either Navajo or Glendale would be proposed as a live-work, to have a live-work option, which we'll look at a little bit more closely. At the rear of the property, they're proposing a number of amenities, including these barbecue areas, playground, pickleball court, visitor parking, added landscaping, and a community garden space. So taking a look at the vicinity to get a little bit more context, you can see the project area here. Of course, it's the location of the existing Tejadas Market grocery store. And it's located adjacent to the charter school to the west, senior housing here, and then of course single family neighborhoods. And looking at the zoning map, you can see the CB zone here for the charter school and the market, RMF 45 for the senior housing, and then the rest is largely single family residential with some 2-family residential around the roundabout. And so these are just a few of the images to give you a little bit of better sense of the type of development, existing development in the area for compatibility purposes. So looking at this project, the proposed use is for market rate townhomes, and these would be a rental project, rental property and our product, I should say. And so this will all be on one lot, and the lot is existing, and then each of the units would be available for rent. It's part of the West Side Master Plan, and the property is 2.37 acres. And again, the proposed height is 28 feet and the 3 stories, which you can see there. So it's comprised of 8 buildings total, which you can see here. And again, those 4 that do not face on a public street are the primary units in question. The units range from 1,150 square feet to 1,461. And there's different unit types, but they are all proposed as 2-bedroom units. The parking would be provided interior to each unit, 2 parking stalls per unit as private garages, and then the 18 surface stalls available at the rear of the property for visitors. And again, we've looked at some of those amenities on the proposed on the property. So in looking at this, when we're considering a plan development, the first is that plan development has got to meet at least one major objective listed in the chapter. And of those, the applicant has indicated that it would meet housing, mobility, and master plan implementation objectives. In staff's analysis, we've looked at this, and the first one for housing talks about one of the objectives being providing housing not commonly found in the neighborhood, but at a compatible scale. And staff agrees that it does meet that objective in that these units are largely, you know, the height, the way they front the streets and have close proximity to the street is similar in scale and design to what's in the neighborhood. And there are not many townhomes in the neighborhood. Most are single family homes. And so this is a unique product that's not available. And then of course with the live work units, that also helps provide an additional housing choice. The applicant has indicated mobility objectives of creating interior block walkways and connections through the property. In staff's analysis, it does not meet this objective. That is typically intended for properties that connect from one street to another street through, parallel streets through a full block, and create those new connections and shorten walk times and provide additional connections. Although this property will be open for the public to traverse and go, use the sidewalks and connect through, we don't believe that it's meeting the intended objectives for mobility. But we did feel that it met quite a few of the master plan objectives, and they are listed in your staff report and explained more fully there. But within the objectives of Plan Salt Lake, it supports various neighborhood objectives within the areas of neighborhoods, growth, housing, air quality, beautiful city, and the economy. And also looking at the West Side Master Plan, more particularly, there are a number of goals and objectives listed there, but for this particular node, there are 3 main goals, and it largely meets each of those goals. The first one being to add residential density. So this is a more dense product than what's found in the area. And it does add viable mixed use node with the live work units, in that those live work units can be more responsive to market conditions and have a little bit more flexibility. And then of course, adding compatible higher density residential. And they do that through the plan development by adding those private driveways and sidewalks, which we'll look at a little bit more. So again, when we look at the plan development standards, so we feel it does meet 2 of the objectives and it only needs to meet 1. But looking at the standards for plan development, they talk largely of design and compatibility. And so when we're looking at these 4 buildings and kind of considering what's being requested versus what could be there, and whether it's providing a better product, first, we felt that this is at the scale and massing and that is compatible with the neighborhood. And for example, if they didn't, this is quite a deep property, and if these units weren't allowed like this, the product would either vastly underutilize the property or would probably result in larger, long buildings that are more perpendicular to Glendale. So maybe they'd have frontage along Navajo, but the rest of the buildings may be more perpendicular. Also, the zone allows for 30-foot building height, and so these could have resulted in a more traditional suburban style apartment building where each unit is accessed from a different floor. and maybe those would have been more out of scale and out of touch with the surrounding neighborhood. So I feel with this orientation here, they've maximized the pedestrian interaction, both on the public streets of Navajo and Glendale, and then by facing these interior units to a common landscaped courtyard, and then providing, of course, the sidewalk connections, the crosswalks, and the streets. We felt that that was a good compromise. And then this arrangement also gives larger setbacks than are required. And so there's, you know, it's adding substantially more landscaping both along the perimeters and of course at the rear of the property, buffering to adjacent uses and adding more green space. And of course, this also adds more amenities than may otherwise be provided to the property, with pickleball courts and barbecue pits and playground, and key to all those, the community garden space. And then this arrangement we also felt helps increase pedestrian interest with you know, more glass right along ground floor glass right along the public streets and facing the sidewalk. And then each unit that's located along the street, of course, has ground level entrances, porches, and similar scale to surrounding properties that will have a much more welcoming and inviting presence facing the sidewalk. So this is taking a look a little bit more at the elevations and how they're proposed. This is of course facing the south or these elevations here with the garages. That's of course facing the interior private driveways. The image at the top right of your screen shows how the proposed live-work units would function, with the residential entrance to one side and then double glass doors available for the live work space. Each unit or each tenant could choose how they wanted to use that space. It could be used for, you know, piano lessons, studio space, tax prep, things like that, that would have, you know, an option for customers to come in and access that space. And then you've got the balconies that also face public sidewalk, which gives more street presence. And you can see here the proposed materials, which we felt were in line with the neighborhood, similar to what's found there now, and a rich mix that would bring a quality product. This is just showing a little bit more of some of the depictions of those spaces, the garden, the community garden space, some of the amenities. In looking at this as well, we're certainly sympathetic to the fact, and it was the #1 comment from the community, that there, you know, the Tejadas market would be replaced. And we're sympathetic to, you know, the loss of a grocery store. That's one of the main requests within any neighborhood. Anytime, any planner can tell you that. And we recognize the importance of access to healthy foods. However, we also acknowledge there are certain property rights that go along, that are established through the zoning ordinance. And this is a permitted use. And the primary thing we're looking at tonight is compliance or not with the plan development standards. It's in your staff report, but there's considerable discussion both in Plan Salt Lake and the West Side Master Plan about access to healthy foods. And really the main strategy mentioned in those plans talks about improving access to healthy foods. And so that can be done through community gardens, which, you know, this project is proposing. supporting urban agriculture, you know, and there are many other strategies. You've also got a number of reports or letters from Food Advisory Committee and things like that, and acknowledging the importance of access to healthy foods. But again, they mention potential strategies or recommendations, but maybe outside of this plan development approval. Also wanted to speak just a little bit, I mentioned a little bit about this, but if the plan development is not approved, it's important to note that multifamily homes would still be permitted at this site. They would lose some density perhaps, and would likely change the scale. And I kind of talked about that, of what is possible by right just through a building permit, up to 30 feet and perpendicular, you know, potential perpendicular design or other development. So staff really felt that this was a good proposal that met the plan development objectives and standards. However, at this point, they have not finalized the lighting for the site and the buildings, and that's a consideration of the plan development. So as part of our request, we're recommending approval with a condition that final approval for site and building lighting for the development be delegated to staff to review and approve. And that's the end of my presentation.
Thank you, Eric. Are there any questions for Eric at this point? Okay, is your...
I have, sorry,
go ahead.
Maureen.
Go ahead.
I have one question. I just wanted to ask, approximately, as of right, approximately how many housing units could be built on this property?
Yeah, so there is not a standard for number of units. It's just decided by setbacks and building height and parking. And so it's a little hard to say exactly how many units could be on there because there's so many different iterations and configurations. But again, we, you know, kind of, there certainly could be more. There isn't a requirement for as many amenities and this arrangement and as much parking, and that they're going above and beyond on a number of those features.
Thanks.
And Mr. Christensen, just so you know, to kind of build on that, in this zone, the CD zone, as the building grows larger, it actually has to go through design review. So these smaller structures aren't required to. Kind of the smaller structures, probably more in scale with the neighborhood current development pattern. But if they were to grow larger than that, they would need to come to the Planning Commission for design review.
Gotcha.
Anyone else? Okay, is your applicant here and do they want to speak?
Yes, please.
This is Pierre.
Yes, it is. My name is Pierre Long. I'm an architect with Access Architects.
Thank you.
First,
go ahead.
First of all, thank you so much for your time. I know it's most of you have jobs as well, so I appreciate the time, and thanks, Eric, for a wonderful presentation. As Eric mentioned, we're in a zone CB where multifamily is permitted. I agree that we could have done a lot more units in sort of apartments or walk-ups, but we really believe in this product type. We've done it several times, including on the west side, and they've proven to be very successful and affordable. We're lucky that the master plan specifically refers to this intersection, and so we have very good data on what the city wanted to see for this particular site. It actually describes the intersection of Glendale and Navajo Street. The result of the master plan is that there's just not enough residential density to support retail, and it's probably one of the reasons why the original business there is failing, and that the owner sold the property. And it's also important when we look at the density and the size of this project that it could actually help solve the housing problem in the area at least. So we're applying for planned development because, of course, we're designing 57 townhomes, and it's very difficult when you do that to have all of them face a public street. So we've developed a set of private streets to gain access and open areas between the townhomes. We've oriented as many of the townhomes as possible to the street. It would have been possible, like Eric mentioned, to do a series of buildings perpendicular to Glendale and sort of ignore the street. Since each building would have been facing the street, then we probably wouldn't have needed a planned development, but we really feel that this configuration is the best way to address the street. Also, the townhomes are designed, as Eric mentioned, to have a live-work component. So we felt that was very important, and that's true for all the townhomes facing both public streets. So it represents quite a large percentage of them. The reason why we should approve this project is we've provided a lot of amenities, including public garden, pickleball, playgrounds, and on top of that, these are open to the public. And we've also provided a lot of visitor parking, which is not a requirement, but we wanted to have it. I know very often neighbors are not happy when developers go in and provide an underparked project, and then it creates parking problems in the whole neighborhood. So we're certainly sensitive to that. And with regard to the mobility, I think because we have a lot of public amenities on our site, it actually gives a reason for the public to move through the project. And so I do think there's a level of public connection with our amenities and the public. But that's all I had. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions for Pierre at this time? Okay, hang on. We'll go to the public hearing portion of this. I'll open the hearing. Is there anyone who's showing up here that wants to speak?
We do have a couple people. I'll just remind people if they came late, like to speak, there's a little hand icon on the bottom right hand of your screen. You're going to want to click that so we understand that you would like to speak. If for some reason you're having trouble, you can always send us an email at planning.comments@slcgov.com.
And remember to state your name for the record, and you will have 2 minutes to speak. Is there anyone from the community council that's in that list?
Not that jumps right out to me, but if somebody is from the community council and they indicate so, we can give them additional time.
Okay, thank you.
I think the first name we have is Kelly Tuyono.
Hi, can you guys hear me okay?
Yep, we can. Thanks, Kelly. We have 2 minutes.
Thank you for the time. I am asking the committee to deny the Glendale Townhouse project. This project isn't about Glendale. It is about what's best for the project. Isn't about Glendale. It is about what's best for our community or our quality of life. I am a homeowner there for the last 35 years. I live right across the street from on the street of Glendale Avenue. We love our local store. We love our community and the way of life that this provides. It is local, which means a lot because there are a lot of people in our community that do not have transportation and can walk to the store, pick up formula, diapers, or missing ingredients for their dinner at night. Lots of young people and old walk to this store. There is a senior center right behind the store that some of those seniors will go over and get staples for the week. They do not drive, they walk. Now take that away. It is now replaced by 57 townhomes with at least 2 people plus per unit. This additional 114 people, most of which will have vehicles. So the additional traffic that these streets can't handle. There's already so much traffic at the intersection just throughout the day and night, not to mention the pickup and drop-off times of the Dual Immersion Academy on the other corner. This increased traffic will then need a traffic light, which will mean nuisance when trying to sleep at night. Our streets are already so narrow. If you have a car parked on either side of the street, one of the additional cars that go between the cars, the other car has to pull over and wait for the other one to pass. The units on Glendale Avenue will be able to look directly into my backyard, no privacy whatsoever. If this proposal passes, it will take away our wonderful community and turn it into downtown Salt Lake. The community. Yes.
Thank you, Kelly. Anyone else that you see on the list?
Yes. I'm going to unmute Kristen Prosser. She put up a check mark instead of a hand, but I want to see if she wanted to speak. Kristen, did you want to speak on this item?
Yes, I did. Sorry, I couldn't figure out how to just do a hand. It could only let me do a check mark.
No, that's just fine. I assume that's what you wanted, so go ahead.
I appreciate it.
2 minutes.
I also live in the neighborhood. I have similar concerns with the Dual Immersion Academy and people coming, the traffic flow, the parking. There's regular accidents because of people hitting cars because the streets are so narrow. As well as an issue of wealthy people coming in and buying up houses and renting them out. And, what community are we making with more rentals? Nobody's staying around. Nobody cares about the community. So I can't see that really building a community. Again, I'm always seeing people in the market. I myself go into the market regularly to get groceries, to get food. Also, one of the great things about the community is we actually do have a nice view, especially in the winter, of the mountains when the weather's nice. And this is going to block that view and eventually decrease costs of people that are living in the area as well. The building is modern. All the homes in the area are, little bungalows and cottages, and this is it's not going to fit. It's not in line with the community at all. Thank you.
Thank you, Kristen. Do you see anybody else, John?
Yep, we have a few more.
Okay.
So right now I'll unmute Pachuco Latoro.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello, my name is Pachuco Lautaro. I'm with the Rose Park Brown Berets. I'm also here to support the others' opposition to this project. I hope the developers, the Planning Commission, and the staff planner are hearing our concerns. The Glendale Luxury Townhomes is taking away a necessity and an important resource from the community. By destroying Tijeda's market is an act of violence towards us. Many residents rely on this market for groceries. Tijeda's market represents our community. There's a large population of Chicanos, Latinos, and this is a definition of what's happening is called urban colonization, gentrification. There's our community. It's a food desert out here on the west side. So it's by taking this, a lot of families are going to be harmed. And I ask you, please, Planning Commission, to please listen to the community, and our west side communities deserve to live with dignity and respect. Oppose the Glendale Luxury Townhomes. Salve Tijeda's Market. Gracias. Thank you.
Thank you, Pachuco. Who's next, John?
Next would be Susie Estrada. Susie, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
So my name is Susie Estrada. I'm speaking personally, but also professionally. So I actually work at Dual Immersion Academy, and I'll speak really fast because I only have 2 minutes. So this development looks good for aesthetic reasons and in consumerism, but it will hurt this community. The problem with projects like this being built is that those who already live in that area do not work jobs that will provide them the opportunity to continue to afford to live in that community. Gentrification has its benefits, but unfortunately, it is not benefits that people from the area, those who have called it home for decades, will benefit from. We see that through what we know about gentrification, and so I would like to first call it what it is. What is the purpose of this master plan, and who is this plan set to serve? Concerns that I have from working at the is traffic control. So when we're doing dismissal or student drop-off, these streets are really narrow. In theory, it might sound doable, but after having done traffic control, I can tell you it is much harder than it seems. We have requested support before, even with the cross guard, and that has gone unanswered. So it is difficult getting resources to this community. I also have concerns about what type of businesses will we be bringing in? Will they help to build stronger, healthier communities, or will it be for the benefit of others? When you build these homes, you increase rent and property costs for the families that the founding families of DIA intentionally sought out to serve. This location was selected with the intent of being able to provide quality education, quality dual immersion to families that otherwise would not be able to access that. So when I ask who will grow and who will benefit, economically, I do not see it benefiting our families. With community, I do not see it benefiting our families. And with prosperity, with equity, with quality education, I also don't see it benefiting our families. If I still have some time, I can keep going and saying that there are other things that this community needs that is not luxury condominiums or pickleballs. It is better lighting. It is increase in garbage bins.
Time.
It is increased patrol.
That's your time.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you.
think
Who's
we are
next? Violetta?
Yes. Violetta, if you would like to speak.
You'll have 2 minutes.
Violetta Rio? Oh, sorry. Sorry, I muted you and then unmuted you. I apologize.
Oh, it's okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, hello. I'm Violetta, and I'm concerned about this development and its interpretation of a community node. This development gets rid of an actual community node that the current community relies on for basic needs like groceries. This development will force the community to travel farther away to meet these needs. The architects of this development instead imagine non-essential businesses like a Pilates or a photography studio, not what the actual community needs. It removes a grocery store, but all the public amenities that it says it provides, like the pickleball court, the barbecue area, and the grocery store, are pretty inaccessible to the public since they are located at the back of all the townhomes, which is very uninviting to the public. So this development is basically 2 big walls that excludes the current community. I want to know where in the planning process the current community actually gets taken into consideration. Where does affordability and displacement get taken into account? Is the Planning Commission the place to voice these concerns, or where should we be going to talk more about this? And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Violetta. Do you see anyone else, John?
I do not see any other additional hands. And I don't think we got any other, we certainly got a lot of emails, but they should all be in your Dropbox.
We did receive an email after the Planning Commission started, so
Okay,
I will just read this into the record. It is also in your Dropbox for reference. This is from Madeline Gerhardt. I urge you not to move forward with the Glendale Luxury Homes project. I urge you to instead find opportunities to invest in existing businesses and residents of that community. Gentrification is wrong. The businesses and communities you displace through gentrification, for example, Tahita's Market, to name one from this particular project, are not trash to be cleaned up. They are real people and families with long histories in the area. Put the residents of the West Side first. Do not move forward with projects that will inevitably make developers rich while driving out low earners. Show some creativity and show some freaking integrity. It's the only comment I have at this time.
Okay, thank you. Have any other hands jumped up?
Nope, no additional hands.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing and bring the discussion back to the Planning Commission. Commissioners, do you have questions for staff or for the applicant?
No, but I have some comments to make regarding the comments that we've heard tonight. I am very sympathetic to everything that people have said here tonight and to all of the comments that we've received. And I think you are, for the most part, perfectly correct in your issues. But I will tell you some of the things that the Planning Commission is not allowed to consider. We are not allowed to consider whether it is a grocery store or some other use, as long as the use is compatible in the district. The owner of the grocery store is the one who decides that they're going to leave the grocery store, not the planning commission, not the city council. We are not allowed to consider gentrification. It is not part of our purview to say that these units have to be of a certain affordability, that they cannot displace people. This is not something that the Planning Commission is allowed to consider. Traffic, oddly enough, is also not something the Planning Commission is allowed to consider. Who will benefit from this project is not something the Planning Commission is allowed to consider. What the community needs is not something that the Planning Commission is allowed to consider. I know this sounds really crazy, and it seems a little crazy to me too, but that is, we operate under the rules, that is the law, that is the land use laws of both the state and of the city. And it is not only frustrating to you, it is also frustrating to us in many ways, that some of these things, which seems like would come under the purview of planning, are something that we can't talk about. We can talk about them, but we can't actually vote one way or another based on those requirements. The only thing we can vote on is based on the requirements that are actually in the law. So for a conditional use like this, plan development like this, there are particular criteria about whether or not we can approve a plan development or not. If we find that criteria to be true, then we pretty much have to approve it. So so I apologize in certain ways for the way in which our city sort of operates, that we can't consider many of the very important and legitimate things. If you would like to change this way of planning and the way we're looking at it, and for example, I think the city is now considering some gentrification legislation or the affordable housing legislation. I think these are extremely important, and those are things which the city council can approve. So I would definitely get involved with with those efforts, and I think the planning department's involved with that too. So that's my frustration. Your frustration.
Thank you, Brenda.
Thank you, Brenda. You took the words out of my mouth.
All right, anyone else?
This is Amy Burrows, and I just wanted to say that I read the public comments and I listened to them today. There's also a letter from the Salt Lake City Food Policy Council that says that the loss of this grocery store is going to be a loss for this neighborhood. And I hear you say that, and I totally believe you. And I don't think that a community garden is going to replace the food resource that you have right now. But the question that we're being asked is, can they put in these units that aren't fronted on existing roads? That's kind of the question that we're being asked right now. And so it's a loss. There should be a grocery store in that neighborhood, and somehow maybe there will be, but it's not a thing that we can. I think the Food Policy Council letter said maybe you guys should require a healthy food store on that property, but we can't require more than the zoning rules say. So we can't say you can have a road if you put in a grocery store, because that's not a rule that we can make. But I hope there is a good grocery store in that neighborhood, because now there'll be another 57 families that also need to buy and eat food that are going to live there if it happens that way.
Okay, can we focus on the project in hand? Any specific questions for the applicant or concerns over the project itself? Or someone's ready to make a motion?
I'm ready to make a motion.
Thank you, Mike.
Based on the findings listed in the staff report, the information presented, and the input received during the public hearing, I move that the Planning Commission approve the plan development request for the Glendale Townhomes project located at 1179 South Navajo Street for petition PLN PCM 2021-00378 subject to complying with the following condition listed in the staff report. 1, the final approval for site and building lighting for the development be delegated to staff to review in accordance with adopted standards and ordinances.
A second?
I'll second.
Brenda, thank you. Any other discussion? Okay, we will vote. Brenda,
Yes.
Amy, Amy? I can't hear you.
Yes.
Thank you. You were muted. Andra,
Yes.
John,
Yes.
Adrian,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Andres,
Just sharing the sentiments of the others, but yeah, voting yes.
thank you. This passes unanimously. Thank you, Commission. I think it's time for a like a 5-minute break.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. So we'll see you back here at 7:43. number 5. Pacific Yard Design Review and Plan Development, PLN PCM 2021-00822, and Design Review PLN PCM 2021-00835. Welcome, Laura.
Hi, thank you. Let me go ahead and share my screen. And I'm going to try to be brief. So obviously, we'll take any and all questions about process or when we get to that point. And let me start playing this. Okay. So the project request is a plan development and design review approval. It's for an 88-foot tall, 292 unit multifamily mixed use building at approximately 443 West, 700 South, 720 South, 400 West, and 704 South, 400 West. The applicant's requesting design review approval for 28 feet of additional building height. And then there's a few requests made through the plan development process. So relief from 10-foot setbacks for front corner and rear yards required in the CG zone, along with relief from 10-foot front and corner landscape yards. And then the CG zone, when additional height is approved in the CG zone, that generates a requirement for additional landscape based on the square footage of the floor area. In this case, that's 7,700 square feet of additional landscaping that is required should the height be approved that the applicant is requesting relief from. So to orient you to the site, which is in yellow there, we are in the granary. The site is on the southwest corner of 700 South and 400 West. And existing on the site, there is a warehouse building that would be demolished, along with a portion of the site that is currently vacant. So again, we're in the general commercial district, the CG zone. We're in the granary district as described in the downtown community plan. The size of the property is 1.25 acres, and the applicant is proposing a 7-story building, 88 feet tall, that has 202 parking stalls and 292 units. The parking garage entrance is here off of 700 South. There is a north-south mid-block walkway on the western property boundary, which is required and will be open for public use. And on the 400 West facade, the building will include 6,500 square feet of commercial space, and then the 700 South facade, similar square footage for leasing office and resident amenity area. The building includes a ground floor outdoor dining area and a private 7th-floor rooftop deck. So the mid-block walkway is required by the downtown community plan and provides a north-south pedestrian connection. The applicant's proposing that it will be 16 feet wide along their the 165-foot length of their building. And it includes a sitting space, public art, and overhead lights, and a public easement. A public access easement will be recorded against the property. And I'm including this transect from the downtown plan to show you the opportunities that we've identified to create a network of mid-block walkways and enhance the pedestrian opportunities in this area. So that's it. Again, just that rendering. For standards of review, we looked at, planning staff reviewed the base zoning standards for the general commercial zoning district, the standards for plan development, and the standards for design review. And then obviously any zoning code that is required for all buildings in the general commercial zoning district. And the project was reviewed against the master plan policies in the downtown community plan, growing SLC, and Plan Salt Lake. So to go into a little more detail on those modifications, the applicant, so the area in red you see there indicates the setback area that the applicant is requesting relief from. And then outlined in green are the areas of the landscape yard. So the total request for landscape yard relief is just under 5,000 square feet of area. And of that area, we require that a third of that at minimum has to have vegetation, which would equal about 1,600 square feet. In terms of the additional landscaping, because they're asking for 2 extra floors in the CG zone, if that were approved, then they have to provide 10% of landscaped area equal to the, or an area equal to 10% of the floor, the additional floor area that's been approved. And so in this case, it comes out to 7,700 square feet. For additional building height, according to the base zone, the maximum by right height is 60 feet, but they can go up to 90 feet with design review approval. And so the applicant is requesting just under 28 feet of additional height. The staff reviewed the proposal and found that it generally complied with the standards for design review related to the building. In particular, staff looked closely at standards related to human scale, both in terms of mass and height. So the applicant has presented the building, their interpretation of base, middle, and top in this elevation here. And they have divided the building width using vertical emphasis, color, and material changes along with articulation. And while the building massing has a step back on the rear property line, it doesn't on the street facing facades. Through review, staff found that the design supports city plans and policies. We received public comment, and much of that is in your Dropbox. The Downtown Ballpark and Central Ninth Community Councils put together a joint response objecting to the plan development, in particular requests related to landscape yards and additional landscaping, and would like to see more vegetation provided in the proposal. They also objected to the absence of setbacks and the length of the building, and were concerned that the building height was incompatible with the warehouse district. In terms of additional community responses, we received 2 letters objecting to the proposal and 5 letters of support. Some of those letters just came in today, and so those you will find in the Dropbox. So for staff recommendations, the first suggested condition of approval that I wanted to talk about is a request that the applicant provide an awning of 4 feet in depth, which would require a encroachment agreement approval with all the relevant departments in the city. Staff believes that this will mitigate some of the impacts of the building mass, and in particular improve the relationship of the building height to human scale, which I've tried to illustrate here. Another suggested condition is to delegate to planning staff approval of a tree form with a spreading canopy. Because the power lines on 700 South will remain, it limits potential tree height. And by using a tree form, the initial proposal had a columnar tree form. Using a spreading tree form, it would help to create a more human scale space on the sidewalk. And of course, any tree recommendation would need to meet the needs of both our urban forestry division, as well as any of the utility companies that have infrastructure in that area. So based on the findings listed in the staff report, it's planning staff's opinion that the project meets the applicable standards and therefore recommends the Planning Commission approve the requests with the following conditions. Final approval of the details for public art, lighting, streetscape, street furniture, mid-block, walkway, and sidewalk paving, as well as landscaping, should be delegated to planning staff to ensure compliance with design review standards and the downtown community plan. Again, the applicant to provide an awning of 4 feet in depth, as I discussed, as well as the approval of a tree form to be delegated to staff. A public easement will be recorded on the property for the mid-block walkway, and a sign will be posted on the mid-block walkway stating it is open to the public. And lastly, the applicant shall record city approval to consolidate the 3 parcels. So again, I kind of threw a lot at you at once because I wanted to keep the meeting going, but happy to take questions. And the applicant is here as well.
Okay, any questions for staff right now?
I have a question about the mid-block walkway. Where's the second leg of that proposed?
So I'll try not to make you dizzy as I go back through this. This mid-block walkway, so it's right here. The yellow is the proposal. It does a jog here. So essentially, when this parcel to the south of this proposal gets redeveloped, that developer would be responsible for creating a connecting walkway. So at this point,
entire parcel that's to this, it's just on the other side of the parcel to the south of this parcel. Is that what you're saying?
yes. So what happened in this particular location is there is an existing utility easement with Rocky Mountain Power, so that we were able to identify that as a good location for the mid-block walkway. And then the applicant is providing an additional 6 feet to have a wider walkway. And yeah, this is one of the issues that we do experience with our mid-block walkways, is there's a bit of a piecemeal process to how they're put together, which is something that we're very aware of. And you know, full disclosure, as the urban designer, it's like next on my to-do list to complete our draft mid-block walkways design guidelines.
And so if this one is if this developer created additional here, but then that extends farther south, would that be a requirement for the developer to the south once the parcel is developed? Or are you going to end up with narrowing of the walkway to the minimum?
So I think that the answer to that is most likely, but it would depend on what process the developer went through. So if it was just a by right building and they said, you know what, we're just going to build a CG 60-foot tall building, and you know,
it's possible it could be 16 feet here, but then narrow to 10 feet for the minimum on the
yeah, and maybe John wants or Kelsey want to address that, but I think that's
No,
it's
we don't have to go into that. That's fine.
okay.
I was just
Okay.
gonna-
But I think it's unlikely that that would happen, but it's not out of the realm of the possible.
Okay, thanks. No other questions.
Anyone else? Okay, let's bring up.
I actually I'm sorry, I couldn't unmute fast enough. I have a question for Laura. It's a very nice staff report. What are we getting for not for no open space?
We are getting the mid-block walkway. We're getting that additional 6 feet of width that, you know, and they're also designing the whole thing as a cohesive piece. We are also getting street engagement. So, you know, they've provided these large windows. So for the most part, it really does comply with our design review standards related to pedestrian engagement.
But it would have to it would have to do that anyway in order to go higher. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Okay, thank you. That's all I need to know. Thank you.
And Commissioner Scheer, that's probably a great question for the applicant to address as well.
Yes. Okay. I'm sure they will.
I think we're ready for the applicant. So James Alfondre, are you here? Do you want to
Present.
share a presentation?
I'd love to. Okay, share button.
And you'll have 10 minutes.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure to be here. I've been in front of you many times before. For those who don't know me, I'm James Alfondre. I'm the owner of Urban Alfondre, a local company that works to improve neighborhoods in the city through high design, disruptive housing, and thoughtful implementation. Since our last Planning Commission meeting, one of our goals now is to stay in Amy's top 3% threshold of projects she likes, especially with this one. We are headquartered in the Granary District. This is our neighborhood. We take very seriously the task of creating projects that add enduring value to the neighborhoods in which they're located, especially here in the Granary. This proposal has been refined as we work closely with staff to meet all the standards required in the plan development and design review applications. We went through a couple iterations with planning staff to get to this point and are very proud of the proposal and the positive recommendation from staff. It means a lot to us. Before I get started, I want to give just a quick background on my history in the neighborhood. For the past 11 years, I've worked in this neighborhood, starting with a nonprofit organization that I led to crowdsource the revitalization of the Granary District. We threw a bunch of parties, block parties. We got a pump cart to go along the abandoned rail on 4th West to hopefully have a streetcar come down here and show everyone what's possible in our neighborhood. And since then, we've done a lot of branding. We created the logo with the RDA. We also had a 7-day planning workshop in the warehouse across from Pacific Yard that really set out a plan for the future for the Granary that included active ground floor uses, how to mitigate the scale of our really wide streets, and other implementations, including the mid-block walkways that have now been implemented in the downtown master plan that has been adopted by the city. We brought in street trees and gardens and retail in the middle of the street to make a more hospitable pedestrian environment. As you spend any time in the Granary, it's one of our biggest detriments, our really wide streets and our low buildings that create this really inhospitable pedestrian environment. Granary Row is a shipping container development that we did and to prove this point of creating a better scale in our neighborhood. So to quickly, as Laura went through, we are providing a more enhanced product than what the zoning currently allows. We're requesting setback reductions to create a continuous street wall and to also be in line with established neighborhood patterns that are currently found in the neighborhood of no setbacks, and also to create a better pedestrian scale and comfort.
We achieve master plan goals by creating 6,500 square feet of commercial space, not just gyms or lobby space, but active commercial space to create a more livable city that has increased walkability and access to services in this neighborhood. We're increasing the housing stock in the granary, which is a big issue. We don't have a lot of people living here. We need to really increase the housing stock in the granary district, especially with a proposed potential tracks line connecting the granary to downtown along 4th West. Also to incorporate the mid-block walkway and to provide mid-rise housing and small local service retail to help make the granary a complete neighborhood. As Laura said, we are adding 17 large shade trees plus 9 additional trees in our courtyard for a total of 26 new trees, where currently 0 exist. We're having 7,270 feet of landscaping in the vegetated park strip, also creating over 14,000 square feet of tree canopies at maturity. We're increasing the mid-block walkway from required minimum of 10 feet to 16 feet, which equals 5,280 square feet of public open space. We also have roof deck space and outdoor dining space to create a vibrant streetscape. One of the biggest detriments facing our neighborhood is the current zoning that is out of place. It's antiquated, and for instance, this is a project, just as you can see, Pacific Yard is 2 blocks away. This is a self-storage facility that is built by right. There's no street engagement. It's set back 10 feet, but they don't have to do design requirements, any ground floor activation. And frankly, if we get more projects like this built by right, it's really gonna kind of stump our growth of becoming the neighborhood that we want to be. So what we're offering is a more enhanced product. Like I said, we're adding commercial space along 4th West and 7th South. The plan is outdated. We had it just along 7th South, but we're bookending the corners of retail space to have them along both streets. We're creating a design aesthetic that we worked hard on to create this ground floor warehouse aesthetic that you find in the neighborhood, with large warehouse windows and massing that we currently find in the neighborhood in the residential portion. We also have a rooftop deck to break up the scale. As you can see, this is the current aesthetic that gave us inspiration. This is now a food hall and office space. This is a building that has 0 setbacks. This is across the street as well, another warehouse building. One thing we find in the Granary District is that there's an overscaled warehouse feel that we want to enhance and use, while also creating more pedestrian scaled elements to break down that overscaled feel. Again, building across the street that has 0 setbacks. And so again, an enhanced product of really focusing on the pedestrian experience. We're blessed with these really wide rights of ways down here, but also cursed by them. One thing we have is an existing park strip that we're adding all of our street trees and landscaping to, that does add a very nice buffer from the street and also allows our pedestrian interaction with the commercial space. We're planning for smaller commercial spaces with more entrances and a lot more interaction between the street and our building. This map shows the existing neighborhood pattern of existing buildings with 0 setbacks. Pacific Yard is in pink. It is also the current building with 0 setbacks. Staying true to the existing neighborhood pattern is something that's important to us, and important to get a cohesive urban wall as defined in the urban design guidelines of Salt Lake. A typical street in the Granary. We're looking at the Pacific Yard building. Granary Camp is here, and the car museum to the left. It's not very fun walking on these streets and crossing these streets. It's 132 feet from lot line to lot line. And if we were to keep setting buildings back even farther, then this becomes more inhospitable. So getting buildings with good height and good street engagement on the property lines while enhancing the existing park strip is the best way to continue, adding value of pedestrian viability, pedestrian activity to the neighborhood. As Laura said, we initially provided some more columnar trees, but we're working with, as a condition, to provide more canopy spreading trees. We're limited on the 7th South due to the power lines, but we're going to be providing more spreading canopy trees. But these sections that show 4th West and 7th South really allow us to bring the building to the property line, really reduce the scale of our very wide streets, and with the park strip, add a really nice pedestrian experience. As you can see, this is exactly what we're proposing and what we're trying to achieve. This is the landscape plan that shows the robust landscaping that we're providing in the park strip. We're also designing the building to look like 2 separate buildings along 7th South, which is our longest facade. So it breaks up the facade while still having this overscaled feeling that's typically found in the Granary District. Our goal here is to, the building on the right that could still be an industrial warehouse as far as people are concerned, but it's actually residences. And then we have a different design on the left. The mid-block walkways, Laura said, we're adding an extra 6 feet. We are creating a 16-foot wide mid-block walkway here that we're going to continue working. We're actually really excited about this design, but we're excited to continue working with planning staff to really dial in the design to make sure it's designed properly and it's even more engaging for the pedestrian and the user of that space. In short, we feel like this is a much more enhanced product than what the current zoning allows. Our history in this neighborhood is important to us. We are more invested, as anyone in implementing the master plan and city initiatives and neighborhood initiatives here in the Granary District. We also need to set the bar high for the Granary District because a lot is going to start happening here, and we want to make sure that it's done right. And Pacific Yard can be looked to as setting a good precedence for creating the neighborhood that we've all been working so hard to achieve.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant right now?
I have one question.
Go ahead.
Are you comfortable with the other conditions of staff report that staff is proposing?
Yes, very comfortable. I mean, and because again, this was an iterative process with planning staff. So these weren't surprises to us, and we feel like it makes a better product. So we are committed to those conditions.
I have a question for the applicant. Did you spend time with the community councils regarding this project in terms of going back and forth on the design at all?
We presented to the community councils, all 3 of them, on January 10th. The only comment we received had to do with a question about facade length and what city regulations or guidelines are for facade length. Besides that, we didn't receive any other comments or concerns.
But you didn't go to them in advance and try to get their input on the design before you came to us, before you filed the paperwork and came to us. Is that correct? I just want to know if that's correct.
We've handled it a couple different ways. We always like to reach out to the neighborhood sooner than later. For Pacific Yard, we were excited to present to them at their community council meetings, which usually then starts to kick off a dialogue, which we're used to. We've gone through this process a lot of times before, but we didn't get any real feedback or concerns from that process. So our first reach out to them was when we presented at the community council meeting.
I guess I sort of have a follow-up to Brenda's question, because reading through the correspondence for this meeting, where it seems quite clear the community councils are adamantly opposed because they think there'll be no vegetation and you're asking for a waiver of vegetation requirements, versus what I guess there seems to be some confusion, whether there's I don't know whether this is a question for the applicant or planning staff, but there seems to be some confusion as to what the applicant is actually asking for relative to what whether the community council is asking. I am confused. I see my packet has a whole bunch of back and forth, and I lost the chain of what is going on. I'll be totally honest here with what has. There seems to be miscommunication between the developer and the community councils, and I'm not understanding what's going on.
Yeah, if I could speak to that, we're used to a dialogue with the community councils. We've worked very closely with the Central Ninth Community Council in the past. We've worked very closely with the Ballpark neighborhood in the past as well. Between Row 17 approval, Gabbets Row approval, we had the Slate and Sydney projects that went through plan development. We were honestly a little surprised from that letter, because not only were we an applicant, but we're also property owners in these neighborhoods who are active in the community councils. And there wasn't any ever follow-up from us as an applicant or as a further community council meeting to talk about Pacific Yard. So it caught us by surprise as well, because we're used to a more dialogue if there are concerns.
This is Amy. Sorry, Andrew, if you're not done.
No, go ahead, Amy.
This is Amy Burrows. So you have you're putting in 26 new trees, but they're in the park strip, which don't you have to plant that anyway? And then there's an additional requirement for a setback with some landscaping and plants.
Correct, we do. What we're saying is in lieu of a 10-foot landscape buffer, we are adding 6,500 square feet of ground floor commercial space, which is not required by zoning. So in lieu of a landscape buffer, we are not only asking to waive that, because we want to keep a consistent urban wall with the existing development pattern of the neighborhood that also don't have any setbacks. But we also want to provide a better street engagement experience for the pedestrian.
And I assume, maybe, I hope that you've seen the feedback from the community councils that said, look at this part of the neighborhood and this part of the neighborhood where there are no trees and there's no landscape buffer anywhere. I mean, you're right. I'm looking at that street and it's just buildings up against the road, but maybe that's what they're trying to avoid by having that landscape buffer required.
Well, again, by zoning, this project is done by right with a landscape buffer, quote unquote. What we're providing is a better experience from a landscape buffer. And to be honest, yes, an industrial neighborhood is much different than an established residential neighborhood 10 blocks to the east. Of course, there are going to be more trees and a bigger, more established canopy there than an industrial neighborhood. So what we are required to provide those trees in the park strip, which achieves city goals of urban forestry goals of urban heating and these other issues, that we're achieving those in the park strip. To provide a landscape buffer and set our building back 10 feet, we believe is as you can see here, isn't a better product than what we're providing with I mean, essentially, instead of creating a 10-foot landscape buffer, we're creating conditioned commercial space.
But
And-
I'm sorry, Mr. Alfron, you would have to do that anyway for the design review portion of your required additional height. That has really nothing to do with the landscape buffer.
Well, we would.
Is that not true?
I could be wrong, but what we don't commercial space is something that isn't required.
An activated pedestrian level is required under design.
Right,
So, and I also am, you have been relying on your experience in this and your desire for a better neighborhood. I would question whether you personally and Alfron developers would actually do a project that looks like this. You wouldn't. Not under, even under any kind of zoning conditions.
No,
This is
right.
the kind of thing that you want to do.
Right. I guess what we're saying is the goal of the plan development and design review is to create a more enhanced product than what's currently allowed by zoning.
Right.
And so what essentially we're saying is what we're putting forth is a more enhanced product than what the current zoning requires.
Okay.
Andrew?
Yeah, I just want to clarify when you say enhance, I hear what you're saying about the pedestrian engagement with the retail, but if again, I just want to sort of understand the neighbor's concerns. If what you are asking for is less total vegetation, if the only thing I'm trying to maximize is the amount of vegetation, are you asking the planning commission to allow you to put less vegetation than what you could build by right? Is that accurate?
Yes.
Thank you. Is it possible you could make up the vegetation on the roof somewhere? Is that a possibility? I realize that it's not in your plans, but is that something that would be at all feasible?
Is that directed to staff or to myself?
I don't know. Whoever has an answer.
That's something we'd be willing to look into.
So, Commissioner, it wouldn't meet our minimum standard of landscaping, but if the commission felt that was a good trade, we could make that decision through this process.
But there's also a setback, right? They want to build the building up closer to the street than
is allowed.
That is correct.
So it's a matter of space
And the
and
height.
vegetation.
Yes, because if they provide a front yard or a corner side yard, they have to be landscaped. So yes, it's.
They're like extending their distance from the mid-block walkway, which right now is a trail to nowhere, but would be a mid-block walkway when it's developed further. They're making that wider and moving the building closer to the street, and then not putting the landscaping on those sides. I think.
So this is John. John, let me jump in really quick because this is something I think we're missing a little bit. Is typically in a lot of these developments, the ground floor ends up being a lobby for the building. It ends up being a gym for the building. It ends up being a pass through to get to the parking. And I think this is a good compromise, opposed to a blanket overlay of extra greenery that takes water, which we're in a water shortage. So I don't see a need to add more greenery to a project when there's great street trees. The roadway is very wide, as mentioned. I think a project like this that engages the street and includes this amount of retail is what we need more of. We need more projects that actually bring retail to our neighborhoods instead of lobbies, because usually the entire ground floor would be a lobby that's not accessible to the public in any way. This has a corner that actually is activated, and you can go out and sit and be part of the community and engage with your neighbors. If you start to push that back, that becomes less attractive to businesses that could actually use these spaces. And you're going to trade that access to amenities for the public for plants that are going to die because we're in a drought. So those are my 2 cents on the setback. I think that it's nice in some instances, but I think in this instance, it engages the street much better if it's actually pushed out a little bit further to kind of help narrow visually our streets that are massive.
I agree with John, especially on the commercial use piece. I mean,
Yep.
I've seen other projects come before us with the street activation requirement met by a gym and a lobby that's only used by the residents of the building. I think it's a decent trade-off.
I also agree with John, and I was about to jump in with similar comments, but he probably said it better than I could have.
Okay, have we exhausted questions for James for the moment? Okay, let's move on to the public hearing portion of this item. I'll open the public hearing. Is there anyone from the community councils in the list?
Yes, we have Amy Hawkins from the Ballpark Community Council.
Okay, she gets 5 minutes.
That's right, Amy, if you're ready to speak, you have 5 minutes.
Great, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, terrific, thank you. Hi, I'm Amy Hawkins. I'm chair of the Ballpark Community Council, and we did submit a letter that represents a consensus between Central 9th, Downtown, and the Ballpark Community Councils. And first, I do think that I can speak a bit to the lack of follow-up. There's been a change of leadership in the Central 9th Community Council. They are currently without a chair, and I know there have been a lot of internal debates about what they can do next. I know that you all, as volunteers in your capacity as the Planning Commission, have to understand that the number of development proposals and the city engagement projects that our neighborhoods receive and are asked to participate in is frankly overwhelming. And so they have my sympathies and empathies. Our communities do share serious concerns about the proposal continuing to perpetuate and maybe even exacerbate disparities in green space and tree canopy between East Side and West Side communities. Many of the people who drafted and contributed to the letter we submitted were part of the draft Ballpark Station Area planning group that collected public comment. And while that plan hasn't been approved yet, you guys get to do that soon, I hope. While we acknowledge that this project is 2 blocks north of that area, this means that we are part of a multi-year process that repeatedly identified green space as one of the neighborhood's top concerns. I counted green space is mentioned 9 separate times in that draft plan. Commissioner Scheer, you asked the right question. What are we getting? We would say that we can't afford to give away green space requirements in this already underserved neighborhood that's moving away from its previous industrial identity to one that is meant to house people. So to quote from the area plan draft, the Salt Lake City Parks and Public Lands Need Assessment identified the neighborhood as an area of greater need for green space. This area is likely to receive much of the city's future growth, yet it has the lowest level of service for parks in the city at 2.8 park acres per 1,000 compared to a citywide level of 3.5 city-owned and managed park acres. We identified in this plan that another opportunity for additional green space arises in future development of the neighborhood. That plan recommends that the city require additional green space as a requirement for new private development, not less. New development should incorporate more green features, including additional street trees. Appreciate it. But also strategic landscaping to provide what we call pinpricks for greenery throughout the neighborhood. Our desire to not see reductions in the requirement for green space also speak to health equity, and we know this in part from the work of our academic partner, Professor Alessandro Rigolone in the Department of Urban Planning at the University of Utah. He's partnered with the Ballpark community several times. He's created a student community partnership that resulted in the first draft of a graduate student authored master plan for the area. And he's identified that inequitable access to urban green spaces often overlaps with race and ethnicity and various measures for economic status in ways that prompt environmental injustice concerns. Those of you familiar with the historical redlining maps know that this area of Salt Lake City has been historically classified with a D rating, meaning hazardous. And according to the Mapping Inequality Project at the University of Richmond, this area of Salt Lake still experiences health disparities compared to our neighbors east of State Street. We know that from Professor Alessandro's work that disadvantaged groups experience stronger health protective effects from green space because of their greater dependency on these proximal green spaces. We are not against growth, but growth that continues to reduce green space requirements does not serve the long-term interests of our city or the residents who choose these neighborhoods as their home. We are hopeful that our comments might lead to meaningful revisions in this project before approval.
Thank you. Who's next to speak?
I don't see any other additional hands raised looking to speak on this.
Okay. Do we have any emails?
Yes, we received an email comment that was put in your Dropbox around 4 p.m. It's from Jeff at Industry. Would the Planning Commission like me to read that into the record, or was everybody able to read that?
I haven't seen it.
Okay, I will read that into the record then. Dear Ms. Bandara, I am part of a neighboring property owner and development company. We are very much in support of Urban Alfondre's Pacific Yard project in the Granary District. They are bringing much welcomed residential and retail into the neighborhood. We understand that there has been a proposed/request to create a landscape buffer between the sidewalk and the building along 700 South. As a specialist in retail and restaurants, as well as a supporter of community open space, I think it is the wrong approach. A landscape buffer fails to provide space of any benefit to residents, business owners, customers, neighbors, and visitors. The Granary District is set to create a 10/15-minute community. Clearly, open space and green space is appropriate. However, this should be done in a true, quote, public park/open space, end quote, under the city's Parks and Recreation, and not a building buffer to a multifamily project. I have seen the design and plans for the project and welcome the retail component along 700 South, which I feel can be the best retail plus food and beverage corridor within the Granary District. Having worked in various markets, including those in Salt Lake City and Portland, as well as consulting on projects in other urban sites, I know of no example where such a setback has resulted in creating community space nor benefited retail/food and beverage uses for the adjacent property or the neighborhood. I would happy to speak on behalf of street retail and appropriate design considerations with you or members of the Planning Commission if requested. The proposed setback for some kind of, quote, token space, end quote, seems well intended but poorly conceived. Being a longtime fan of, quote, a pattern language, quote, 1977 Oxford University Press by Christopher Alexander, I can find no design support for the proposed setback concept. It just becomes a strip of unused lawn, especially being on the north side of the multi-story building. Please feel free to contact me should you have any questions or seek additional background information. Be bold, bright, remarkable. Jeff Cosner with Industry. And that's the only comment I have this time.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no one else in the attendees list, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing and bring it back to the commission. I see we have kind of a break in ideology going on here. Andra?
So agree, the setbacks are not useful and we want people shopping and doing things, but I'm also super sympathetic to the green space. I've lived in a heat island. I lived in Phoenix. You don't want to be Phoenix. You just don't. And so I'm wondering for the developer, how much is it going to add to your costs, preferably on a per unit basis, if you added a rooftop garden? Because I understand this is a trade-off that is going to increase costs per unit and raises rents, and that's unfortunate. But how much is it going to add to your costs? Rough ballpark.
James?
Yeah, I would have to get back to you on that, to be honest. I don't have those numbers off the top of my head.
But you would consider that?
He's only going to
Yeah,
consider it if we turn it down.
Yeah, what do you guys
Turn
think
this
of
down.
instead
No,
of turning
it's
it down, what if we table it so they can talk more to the community councils and
it,
planning and come up with more vegetation or some setback or something?
it's something that we would consider. I mean, again, we talk about a heathland. We're adding 23 trees
You
to
have to though.
You have
right.
You have
Right.
to. That's, I mean,
No,
like there should be trees there right now if you're already on the property, right?
Yeah. So James, I think what we're looking for is what we're getting. What is it that the city is getting? What is it that the community is getting in response to? I mean, okay, the design review allows, which requires an activated street frontage, allows you to go 2 stories higher. We haven't even talked about that. We haven't even discussed that, but that allows you to do that. So that's a trade-off that we've already made. You can't trade that again for something else, right?
Well, Brenda,
So
can I
we
get
already made that trade.
Can I get
Right?
clarification on that? Well, so
Yes.
If and I don't know the answer to this. Does it have to be commercial space? Because there's a difference between commercial space and lobby and gym space, such as private for the residences, right? I think there's a big distinction.
The only reason people have lobbies and gyms and is that commercial space is not viable in those locations, not because they don't want it. We don't know that commercial space is going to be viable for you either, unless you have a lease already, in process.
Yeah, I mean, I guess being part of the neighborhood, you're right. I mean, our full intention is to divide those up and create them as commercial spaces. Brenda, I will say this. I will say this. We are adding quite a bit of landscape. We're adding 9 trees in the courtyard. That's something we could work with the staff on creating some more landscaping opportunities in the courtyard.
And commissioners, if I could just for a second, I just want to make sure I don't think we should be using the term "what is the city getting?" Are we trying to get things? I mean, we really need to look at this project and say, does it meet the standards? They're asking for additional height, and so we're saying you're going through this process. Are you meeting the standards? I just don't want it to look like we're out trading one thing for another. It's basically doesn't meet the standards. So just want to be a little bit cautious.
I would also add that prior design review applications that have come before the Planning Commission met design review standards without including a commercial component on the ground floor.
Right. Well, so the actual standard though is the setback and the landscaping though. So that's a thing we don't have to. That's like, we're not just saying it would be great to have green space in the setback or in whatever way. That's actually a standard, right?
Yeah, Commissioner Rose, you're definitely right. They would have to landscape that 10 feet, although it doesn't
And they have to
require.
landscape the parking strip too, right? Like if they own the
Yes.
property right now, I don't know why it's not landscaped. It's because they're going to do something else, but it's supposed to be.
Well,
And
it was built in an era when landscaping wasn't required. And just, any
Right.
landscape yard only has to be 1/3 vegetation. Laura brought this up. It doesn't necessarily require additional trees. It could be ground cover, it could be bushes,
Right.
but it would have to be at least 1/3 landscaped.
My thought is that maybe this design review is not complete, maybe like that the community maybe needs to be more engaged to make sure that the standards are met in that way. That's what I think.
Well, I would jump in.
I would be
Can I just jump in for a second? This is John. I guess my question would be if the community had more comments, they would have voiced more comments. There was only one person that spoke. I guess we keep asking what are we gaining, and my question would be, what are we losing? So, are we going to add more trees along both sides of the sidewalk? What does that buffer really do for you? And the whole reason this process exists is when things don't match up with a prescriptive zoning, which is basically putting a percentage of landscape over top of an existing zone. But this gives us an opportunity to evaluate it as people and make a decision whether this is a better use of that space, that 10 feet. Is it better to have ground plants because there's already street trees that are going to provide shade to the walkway, so that's already addressed. There's already trees. So what's better use? What's highest and best use of the space? Is it to provide an amenity to the neighborhood that people can actually inhabit, or is it to provide plants that may or may not live and a place for people to just sit in the grass versus a place where people can actually engage in a building and have some sort of a benefit? We just went through this on a previous project where we were talking about losing a store that was a keystone to a neighborhood because of a development. This is adding stores to a neighborhood which could become keystones. And so that's my argument is I don't understand trading that for grass when if we really want to add more grass to this neighborhood, take out a street, slow the traffic down, and add grass in the streets. But that's up to the city to make that decision.
Well, John, it was one person that spoke, but it was 3 community councils that wrote the letter saying we oppose the loss of the setback in vegetation. So that's not just one person's opinion that said we're not satisfied with this.
And I think actually the fact that the developer did not go to these councils long before is kind of an issue for me that they're not required to exactly, but you do run into these situations where the presentation literally a month before the planning commission reviews this project is a little late, and that plan, and they only did that when they got the message from the planners. It wasn't the developers who approached them, it was the planners who said, this is in your neighborhood, this is coming down. So for me, I think it has not had the opportunity to have the exchange with the community that would result in a better solution. I'm with John. I don't want the 10-foot setback. I don't want it. I don't want it because it's not good urban design. All right. But I don't want to also just eliminate all the open space requirements. I'm hoping for something more along the lines of, dividing up this frontage, dividing up this frontage so it isn't for 330 feet long, and has more, maybe a place in the middle of it where there's a little garden. I mean, there's a lot of options that are besides a roof deck or other things like that. There's some options. Maybe it's just a wider walkway. Maybe it's a park in the back of the walkway. I don't know, but it seems to me like it ought to be something, and that is something that which should be something that's looked at with the community.
Yeah, thank you so much, Brenda. I want to respond to a couple things John said. One, we can plant plants that will do well in these conditions. So I think that's a little disingenuous to say they're all going to die. Yeah, we're not going to plant green grass. Nobody wants to see green grass. I also think it's not totally the comparison with the grocery store owner. We can't change what an existing landowner wants to do with their land. So I don't think that's not a fair comparison here. There is a reason we have these setback requirements. Now, maybe they're silly, but if there's a purpose of them, I guess I'm somewhat sympathetic. What I am struggling with is I don't have enough of an ecology background to understand how much these setbacks would add vegetation and sort of improve our air quality. And I just don't, I don't have enough of an ecology background to understand this. I wish I did, but I don't know how marginal it is. So I don't know whether Laura can speak as to whether she's seen studies on this. I just don't feel like I understand this very well.
So this is ecology. I have friends who always say ecology is a soft science. I think it's really hard to evaluate because there's so many different factors involved. One thing to remember is that long facade on South on 700 South is north facing. So that it's going to be in shade anyway, essentially, for much of the year. I mean, in terms of trees, the research that I've looked at, you know, we're talking about correlations of at much larger scales, right? So I'm not saying that there aren't benefits at this scale. I don't know that, but what I'm familiar with is larger scale, essentially.
We could quantify like biomass, right? We could sort of say, here's the biomass that you get out of a third of this being landscaped, and put it on the roof, right? This is a feasible calculation. No, we can't calculate biomass.
I mean, we can look at the square footage of landscaping, of vegetation required in the landscape yards, which I went over in the presentation. I think it works out to be about it's 1,650 square feet, right? Like if they went to just, you know, we're going to do it to code by the letter, that's the minimum they're required to provide in those yards.
Okay, this is Amy. I'm going to say that we're not satisfied with not quite satisfied with the design review the way it's written right now. So I want to make a motion to table this plan development and design review, or to go send it back for a little bit more work. How do you feel about that? Is that a legal thing to say?
When you say a little more work, will you mention just specifically some things they can
like to
look at?
maybe to readdress not just waiving all of the setbacks and vegetation, maybe making a better compromise on that.
And perhaps, this is Andres, perhaps maybe adding some input from, like Brenda was mentioning, from the community councils. I'm sure, you know, with more heads thinking about the situation, better ideas can come about. So that's a possibility.
I'm going to second that motion to table.
Is that motion clear enough for you, John?
Yeah, I think so. It's helpful for us as well as the applicant to make sure we're addressing those issues that you're most concerned with.
Do you want me to say the numbers?
I don't think we need to. I mean, we know which project it is, so I know that's one thing Paul's always said, you don't actually have to, but you can if you want to.
No, that's okay.
I do have a question. This is Kelsey. Are you amending your motion to table based on Andreas's suggestion to work with the community councils? And if so, I think we need clarification on what that looks like. The community councils received notice of these petitions on December 1st. And with the three of them, Laura worked with all three community councils to schedule one meeting as opposed to three separate meetings so that we could get all of the feedback at that time. So I think we need some clarification.
I'm not going to accept his friendly amendment, but I'll say that just to reconsider waiving all of the setback or all of the vegetation and figure that out however you want to.
Can I suggest a friendly amendment? Because I personally could care less about the setback. I'm with everybody who wants no setbacks. Can I amend it to say, to find an appropriate way of meeting the vegetation that the setback is designed to achieve? Would that be acceptable?
Well, the setback is the standard, right? Don't we have to go by like we can't just make up our own rules? I don't know.
That's what they've asked for relief from. And if he's proposed a different.
Well, let's think of a different way to give them relief from that.
Well, and
Just
that's what I think
altogether.
that's what Andrew was trying to say. Is there a different way that we can incorporate more landscaping
Sounds great.
in the plan?
Is there a different way to get relief from the setbacks? That sounds great.
Okay, would you restate that so it's
oh my gosh,
perfectly
guys.
clear?
Okay, so my motion is that this the plan development and design review for Pacific Yards is tabled, that maybe it's revisited to seek a different redress of the setbacks than what's been proposed tonight.
The setbacks and
second
the
that.
landscaping.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll second that too.
Mike, you were first though, I think.
I think I was first.
Okay.
That's fine.
Okay. Let's vote on this to table this and send it back to staff to work on. Brenda?
Yes.
Amy?
Yes.
Andra?
Yes.
John?
No.
Adrian?
No, and I just want to make one comment about the green space issue. I think this is really more of an issue with ensuring that there's adequate parks developed in this area as part of the larger master plan, and not imposing minimal green space requirements on developments to satisfy the needs. That's all.
Mike?
Yes.
Andreas?
I will vote yes.
Okay, the motion passes 5 yeses and 2 noes. So let's move on to the Hoyt Place zoning map amendment at approximately 858 West and 868 West Hoyt Place. Amanda.
Hello. I'm just waiting for the share button to light up, and it just did. All right, can you see the screen?
Looks good.
Thank you. Okay, this is a request by Bert Holland, representing the property owner, for to rezone the property at 858 West and 860 West Hoyt Place from R1 5000 single family residential to SR3 special development pattern residential. The property is approximately 1,700 square feet, 0.39 acres, and the intent of the rezone is to increase the development potential of the property. There wasn't a specific development proposal associated with the petition, but the property owner intends to subdivide the property and build 2 new single-family dwellings at the rear through the planned development process. There are 2 existing homes on the property which would remain. Standards of review for zoning map amendments are consistency with the city's master plan goals and policies, supporting the purposes of a zoning ordinance, the impact of the amendment on adjacent properties, consistency with applicable overlay districts, and adequacy of public facilities and infrastructure. So while looking at this rezone request, the subject properties are in the North Temple Boulevard plan. It's Hoyt Place is in the 800 West Stable area, which is cited as a location where residential infill development is appropriate and encouraged. The plan states that infill development should be located primarily in mid-block areas that are currently underdeveloped or underutilized. New development should be incremental and compatible in scale and development pattern to existing development. And then the zoning map amendment implements the neighborhoods growth and housing initiatives in Plan Salt Lake. Compatibility with adjacent properties. So the SR3 zone is a medium density zone that's intended for mid-block streets that are typically found throughout older neighborhoods in the city. The zone allows for residential infill development that includes single-family detached, single-family attached, twin homes, and 2-family dwellings. The purpose of the zone is to provide housing options that are in scale and compatible with surrounding development. So this is just a little history on Hoyt Place. So other than the subject properties, there's only 1 existing single-family home. And I labeled these corresponding on the map. And then the property owner of this petition also owns the property to the east. And they received plan development approval for 6 single-family attached units and 4 single-family detached.
And then number 3 is there's a plan development application submitted for 12 single-family attached homes for the property at 825 West White Place. And that's just going through planning review right now. And I also have the application. Zoning comparison. So the SR3 zone allows additional residential uses more than the R15000. The R15000 just allows single-family detached. These uses include the single-family attached, two-family, and twin homes. The maximum building height is the same in both zones, but the SR3 allows for reduced front and rear setbacks, lot width, and lot size. And then the housing loss mitigation. So any petition for a zoning change that would permit a non-residential use of land must complete a housing loss mitigation plan. The SR3 zone allows some non-residential uses. Examples are daycares, government facilities, schools, and urban farms. So there's 3 options to mitigate the housing loss you can do, and the applicant can choose. So there's replacement housing, a fee based on the difference between housing value and replacement costs, and a flat mitigation fee. The applicants were proposing replacement housing, but they're not proposing to tear down the existing homes, which are shown in the photo. So if the rezone's approved by the city council, they'll apply for a plan development, and then if that's approved, there'll be a net increase in housing. Site photos. The 2 homes are on the top that are existing, and then I have a photo of the other existing single-family home that's on White Place. And these homes were built in, I believe, 1898 and 1900, so they're quite old. White Place looking east. Top right photo is the property directly east of the subject properties, where there's 10 units approved in 2017. The bottom photo on the left is where the plan development application for 12 single-family attached units is being proposed. And then the property owner of this petition also owns property across the street at 843 West. So the Fair Park Community Council did not provide comments, and planning staff did not receive any comments for or against the proposal until the meeting had just about started. I received an email from the Rose Park Brown Berets, which I'll read into the record. It states, we are proposing the zoning map amendment because the property owners and developers are planning to build luxury homes in the community that no one can afford and will displace low-income working-class families. There are homes that exist there. We have seen many times before that when real estate agents and property owners rezone their property, they always demolish affordable housing and displace families for luxury apartments and or townhomes. Oppose this zoning map amendment by the property. Thank you, unquote. And then just to clarify, with this proposal, they are not proposing to demolish the existing housing if it's approved. So staff's recommendation is based on this information in the staff report. Planning staff recommends that the Planning Commission forward a positive recommendation to the City Council for the proposed zoning map amendment at 858 and 860 West White Place. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Will this rezone prevent the demolition of those homes?
So
will it require they're not demolished?
As a part of, when they go to City Council, they'll enter into a development agreement with the city, which will require them to maintain housing. I'm not sure if that will specifically state that they can't rebuild, but they won't be able, they'll be tied into their replacement housing choice.
But not necessarily keeping these 2 old existing homes.
I don't believe so, no.
Yeah, it's pretty difficult to do that outside of the historic overlay districts.
Any other questions for staff? Is the applicant here?
Yes.
I'm here.
You're here. I don't.
Oh, should I? Okay. Just thanks, Amanda, for a good staff report. Thank all of you for your time, especially now in the evening. Just to clarify, we are already renovating. I mean, I've been doing this myself to some extent. Both existing single-family homes on the properties, and we have families anxiously waiting to move in. We also have buyers for the additional single-family homes that we will submit for planned development approval if and when the zone change is approved. We're excited to move forward after 1.5 years of delays for the gas main installation. We've attracted a high number of diverse buyers seeking single-family workforce housing with our planned development next door. A substantial number of them are from the west side, and several are planning to move in with multi-generational families. I grew up in Rose Park and plan to move in with a multi-generational family as well. We hope to obtain the approval for the rezone quickly so that we can proceed to the next step with the planned development application. Thanks again. That's all I would have to say.
Any questions from the commission for the applicant? Okay. Hearing none, we'll move to the public hearing portion of this. So I'll open the public hearing. John, is there anybody in your list over here that wants to speak on this?
No, the attendee list is getting shorter and shorter, and nobody has indicated that they would like to speak. So,
okay. And no emails, I assume?
That's correct.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and close the public hearing and bring it back to the commission. Any discussion, questions?
I'd like to make a motion.
Thank you, Brenda.
Based on the information in the staff report, the information presented, and the input received during the public hearing, I move that the Planning Commission forward a positive recommendation to the City Council to approve PLN PCM 2021-01073.
I'll second that.
Mike, okay, so we have a motion by Brenda, a second by Mike. Brenda?
Yes.
Amy?
Yes.
Andra?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
Adrian?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
And Andres?
I'll vote yes.
Thank you. The motion passes unanimously to forward a positive recommendation to the City Council. All right, on to our last item of the evening, the Historic Carriage House Zoning Text Amendment. Kelsey?
All right. Oh, thank you, Commissioner Bachman. Good evening. I will try to keep my portion of the presentation brief. I know it is late in the evening. Thank you for your patience. All right. This is a request for a zoning text amendment petition from Stephen Pace to permit the restoration or reconstruction of a historic carriage house for the purposes of creating a dwelling unit. Stephen Pace, the property owner of the Beer Estate located at 222 4th Avenue and 181 B Street, is requesting the proposed amendment in an effort to provide an incentive to reconstruct or restore a historic carriage house on his property. The applicant has been working with planning on a solution to restore the carriage house that is located on the southern portion of 222 4th Avenue, which you'll see on the aerial provided on the screen. Just move on to the next. Okay. This is an aerial provided by the property owner of the historic carriage house, which is just to the rear. See the roof in the back. The subject carriage house is, this is associated with the Beer Estate, constructed by Richard Cletting. And this image provided by the applicant is from 1970s. So the applicant, through working with staff, discovered several barriers within the Salt Lake City zoning ordinance to try to achieve his goal of establishing that dwelling unit and reconstructing the carriage house. Some of the conflicts include the existing ADU ordinance, which is listed here, which requires an owner occupancy requirement. The applicant does not live on site, but actually lives on B Street. And then the other issues were about the all principal structures facing requiring street frontage, lot minimums, and then the lot and bulk requirements for detached single family structures. So the text amendment background, the applicant has been seeking a solution to reconstruct the carriage house for quite some time, and ultimately submitted a text amendment application in 2020. Staff did attempt to work with the applicant on language solutions, but was ultimately unsuccessful. Staff forwarded the amendment to the Landmark Commission for review to receive direction for the applicant on the proposed language. After a lengthy discussion, the Historic Landmark Commission decided to recommend negatively against the proposal and did not discuss potential solutions to improve the language. Since going to the Landmark Commission in July of 2020, the applicant has yet to put the proposed language in an ordinance format, address staff concerns about enforceability and administration, and ultimately just requested to continue to the Planning Commission for recommendation to the City Council. So I will go over the language real quick. And just for a brief reminder, our typical ordinance format includes a purpose statement, which are what are the regulations trying to achieve, definition of terms, applicability, what conditions must be met for the regulations to apply, process, who is the decision maker and what is the decision-making process, and the standards, criteria, what are the specific regulations pertaining to the application. As noted in the staff report, the existing language does not contain a lot of this information, which is pretty crucial for staff and the City Council. So the purpose of the text amendment would be to permit the reconstruction or restoration of a historic carriage house for the purposes of creating a dwelling unit. So the staff and the applicant identified the following: incentivizing preservation and restoration of a historic feature on a landmark site, adding to the housing units within Salt Lake City. Sustainability objectives are supported by utilizing an existing structure or elements of an existing structure. Also can increase the economic viability of historic structures and further the city's historic preservation goals. The applicant identified the following eligibility requirements: must be a Salt Lake City landmark site, listed on the National Register, and located in either an RMF 35, residential office, SR1A, or an institutional zoning district. And then the carriage house, in order to qualify, the applicant must provide evidence through the following methods. It would be either historic photographs, Sanborn fire insurance maps, old planning, zoning, or building permits, or structural elements such as foundation walls or basements that still exist on site. The applicant has not specified a review process. However, the proposed language implies that the design, construction, and alterations would require a certificate of appropriateness from the Landmark Commission. And the applicant did identify some standards and criteria, which are included on your screen and then in the staff report, but it's essentially only allowed for single-family use. Off-street parking is required. The restored or reconstructed carriage house would be limited to the historic footprint of the structure. Any identified negative impacts to abutting properties, some buffers could be required. The site has a clean record. The two residences could not be subdivided in the future. The property owner is not required to permanently reside on the property, similar to the ADU ordinance, or different from the ADU ordinance, sorry. base zoning restrictions such as lot coverage, setbacks, height, and density can be modified. So with the eligibility in mind, staff identified 5 properties that would qualify for this text amendment. It includes the Fisher Mansion and Carriage House, Kearns Mansion, Keith Mansion, William Beer Estate, and the McIntyre House. As discussed at length in the staff report, the current proposal has a number of issues, which include the narrow applicability, unenforceable language, lack of clear process and administration. Additionally, staff cannot recommend favorably on a proposal that is missing crucial language and information. With that said, staff is recommending the Planning Commission forward a negative recommendation to the City Council for this proposal. And I can answer any questions at this time. We can turn the time over to the applicant.
Any questions for Kelsey right now? Okay, we'll hear from Stephen Pace. Stephen, you have 10 minutes.
I got a microphone turned on.
You got 10 minutes. Yes, we
Can you hear me? Okay, good. Let me start off with the first slide.
We're trying to get the slide going, so share.
So Stephen, you really want to hit the share button? It has a
Yeah.
little arrow pointing up.
Oh, screen. Okay. Yes, Chair. Thank you so much. His tech support greatly thanks you.
Not a problem. We're here to help.
Okay, this is the photograph of the Beer Estate, and just above the left center of the photograph is the white-topped buildings, or the carriage house, and 30-year-older building we refer to as the harness shop from 1867. You can see from the photograph that there, I guess, were no drones or aerial photographs being taken in Salt Lake, but you can date it, very securely. The city and county building is finished on the upper left-hand corner. The Catholic Cathedral is under construction in the upper middle of the picture, and so on. So if we could go one more.
You can
Oh, okay, this is working. This is the block that's under consideration. We heard stuff earlier in the evening that about the problems with people misunderstanding alleyways in the avenues. This block is an excellent example. If you look down on the lower right-hand corner at property 225 of 3rd Avenue, you can see that there's about 6 feet of that house that is on the neighbor's property. And then if you look at 223 4th Avenue, there's about a similar 6 feet of that house, or that apartment building that is on 225's property, and the same thing with 217, and so on. Now, these maps are not absolutely accurate, but I had the property surveyed, and I know they're darn close. If you go up to 222, which is the carriage house address, you can see that there's a white roof building almost dead center in the photograph that I guess I own about 6 feet of that neighbor's garage. And the whopper is, if you go up to the northwest corner, 4th Avenue and A Street, you can see under some trees there, there is a faked looking, anyway, carriage house built in 1990 with the Salt Lake City building permit, where Salt Lake City gave the builder permission to just take the city land. So about 2/3 of the garage there on the corner of that lot does not belong to belongs to Salt Lake City, and it was given away. I raised that issue with the city, saying, well, if you're willing to part with that ground, I'd like to get a few hundred feet. can I do that? Oh, no, no, no. And the city, the chief of staff, then decided that they were going to start sending out bills to the people that own that carriage house for a couple of $1,000s, that fake carriage house, a couple of $1,000s a year. And I said, you don't want to do that. That's a hornet's nest. And they sent out the first set of bills, and then they chickened out. They did not have the, they just canceled the bills and decided that, well, we'll just give away the property because of our mistake. So on the next page, then, this is the Beer Mansion. The photograph that you were shown earlier by Ms. Lindquist is about a 500 footprint image of the carriage house, or I'm sorry, of the harness shop house, which has nothing to do with the pretty imposing structure you can see there that Kledding designed to serve, or Kledding designed together with the carriage house to serve the William Beer family. Next slide. These two buildings, then, the one in front outlined in red is the harness shop house, just about exactly 500 square feet of footprint, and behind it outlined in blue is the carriage house as it was built in, and this is the 1905 photo. Next one, please. So to give you a feeling for what that looks like, if you take the 222 4th Avenue, this is just about dead center in the photograph, or in the map, the Sanborn Fire map. You can see a square, darkish building, yeah, that has, an analogy would be that if you were taking God's view of the Washington Monument, looking down on the Washington Monument, you would see almost exactly that same profile, a pyramid top. That the only way you can get a building shaped like that like the fire map shows, is for a right-angle pyramid. But instead of sitting on a 500-foot limestone base, I believe it is for the Washington Monument, it's only on a 10-foot brick base. So then we scanned that into the, go ahead, from the tower on A Street and 6th Avenue. And so here is what the carriage house behind, once again, behind the harness shop house looks like, in, to within probably an inch, maybe an inch and a half of resolution. There's enough photographic evidence, remaining materials on site, that we basically know that what the building looked like was a 10-foot brick, or a 10-foot high, 35-foot wide brick cube with a pyramid on top of it, and it's a right-angle pyramid with all the faces looking that look the same. Now, for some context, most of what we talked about with the Historic Landmarks Commission, and I had assumed in error that there were people were a little closer to their high school geometry than they evidently were, is that they would understand what we were proposing. It's the Washington Monument with a pyramid and a drip edge on it, and that's what we're proposing to build or to rebuild. And it's a design that is, I believe, about 4,500 years old. It ain't new. Greeks had it, the Egyptians had it. It's been around for a long time. We got a lot of pushback from the Landmarks Commission with people saying that your design is speculative, it's conjectural, you don't know what the building looked like. That was probably the biggest single thing we talked about in the Landmarks Commission hearing. It turns out, though, that with the stuff that Ms. Lindquist has published last week, the mention of improper design, conjectural design, and so on, that's all vanished. That's all gone someplace else. So the city doesn't. So what the main thing the city believed, or that the Landmark Commission believed, just was not true, and it's disappeared from the record. And let's go one further.
Mr. Pace,
Yes.
you have 1 minute left.
Okay, well, let's see. Is there? We're looking here. If I can just let me summarize it. Let's go to the last page. Okay, let's look at this one. I looked at almost 400 dwelling units that have gone through Landmark sites since January 2019. Actually, I went back a year past that, so that's 4 years worth of data. That produced 111 applications for dwelling unit review. The pages of text that generated was just under 8,000. Now, the champion in terms of pages that were submitted to the Landmarks Commission is the Beer Carriage House, which has 179 pages of stuff to go through. The winner and still champion, based on the Planning Commission submission, is that it's now grown to 187 pages of application.
Mr. Pace, can you wrap it up, please?
Well, yeah, what I'd like to do would be to come back and talk, since I've got 187 pages that I've got to report on here, and we only talked about three of those pages at the Landmarks Commission hearing. I would like to be rescheduled to do justice to this and talk about what we've proposed, what we haven't proposed, and what the city has, the planning staff has substituted for its ill-considered and withdrawn older proposals that we now got.
Mr. Pace, do you want to withdraw your application?
No.
Okay. So now would be the time when the Planning Commission could ask you questions.
Fine.
Anybody on the commission have a question for Mr. Pace? You're muted.
Mr. Pace, can you hear me now? You understand that what we're looking at here is a text amendment for the zoning, okay, for the zoning that would make an exception for your property and a few other properties. So
no other properties, ma'am.
Those 4 others. Well, in fact, it would apply to a few other properties, and that's okay because it's better if it applies to more properties. Okay, so the text amendment which you submitted has some deficiencies. It can't be. Well, we could forward it, but it is not recommended that we forward it because the text amendment itself has deficiencies. Now, all of the stuff that you were presenting about the history of the site and the history of the building and your plans for the building really have nothing to do with the text amendment itself that we're looking at.
Can I present something to you about what you are required to look at in staff reports?
You can't no. So what we have is a staff report that basically says to us the text amendment is insufficient in terms of its language and its ability to be enforced and so forth. And since it applies to more than just you.
Those are not your regulations, ma'am.
Oh, okay.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you, Brenda. Your point well made. So we're going to open the public hearing on this item. Is there anyone in the attendees list or from the community council that wishes to speak on this? John, do you see anybody?
Andres would be the only person left in the attendee list.
Good for Andres. Has there been any emails related to this item?
I have not seen any. Kelsey?
Kelsey?
No, not at this time. Thank you.
Not at this time? Okay, I'll close the public hearing. I'll bring it back to the Planning Commission for discussion, for a motion.
Hey, Kelsey, when they, this is Amy Burrows, when the Historic Commission, forwarded a negative recommendation, did the city council vote on it?
No, because that was the first step in this process. You're the second step, and so
Oh,
the
okay.
city
Goes
council
to
is
them
not.
first. That's right. Goes to
Yeah.
them first and then to us. So they forwarded it to us with a negative recommendation. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank
Next step would be city council.
you. City council is next. Okay. So city council hasn't heard this or seen it yet because we're the second step. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
I'd like to make a motion.
Thank you, Andra.
Based on the information in the staff report, the information presented, and the input received during the public hearing, I move that the Planning Commission forward a negative recommendation to the City Council for the requested zoning text amendment for carriage house reconstruction.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Amy. All right, the motion by Andra, a second by Amy. Brenda?
Yes, yes, yes.
Amy?
I think it's a terribly interesting idea and the building looks so interesting to me and I'd love to hear more about it. But I'm going to say yes on this recommendation.
Andra?
Yes.
Thank you. John?
Yes.
Adrian?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes, and I also want to say that while I expect the applicant to continue to try to do something with his property, and I hope that the city can find a way to allow him to do something with this carriage house.
Thank you. Andreas?
I will vote yes. I also would like to say, it's just extremely fascinating to me, the history behind, but maybe in a different setting, this would really be quite highly well received. So yeah, yes.
Thank you. So the motion passes to send a negative recommendation to the city council. And Mr. Pace, that means you can move forward, but you might take a look at your materials that you're submitting.
Sam, could I read you 10 words?
10 words?
Maybe 12, but no more than that. Here's what's required of a staff report.
No, we don't need to hear that tonight.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. I think that concludes our business for tonight, and I will adjourn this meeting of the
Maureen,
Planning Commission.
can I interrupt with one very simple thing? Nick reminded me, was the intent to continue the public hearing for the item that was tabled, or did you want to keep the public hearing closed?
Let me think.
I want to.
Who made the motion to table? Amy?
I did, but what is there a suggestion? Can I take any input?
Well, so what you did is we had closed the public hearing when you got to that point.
No, I think
So
we
do you
should
want-
hear from the public about it again, like the community councils and stuff. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Does that answer your question,
If
John?
you're still on, do we need an official motion to say that?
I'm trying to remember. I feel like they did close it,
Yeah.
but I don't think you need a motion to open it again. Like that's
Okay.
just something to communicate and coordinate. Because they did close it, you wouldn't have a legal obligation to do it again. But that doesn't preclude you from doing it.
Okay, so we could just talk to Aubrey and make sure it's on the agenda as a public hearing. Okay.
Sure.
Okay. Sorry for that late interruption.
Hey, no problem. Anything else that you've got?
Nope, that's it.
All right. Well, thank you for your patience tonight, ladies
Thanks,
and
everybody.
gentlemen. And
Thank
we'll
you, everybody.
see you next time. The meeting's adjourned.
Good night.
Thank you. Good night.